saw it coming, I couldn't read the signs. I don't know why I let you in this time, I must be blind. I guess I couldn't trust you, 'cause all you did was lie. Oh no, I have to get you off my mind. 'Cause of you, I'm wired up, I don't want you, it's time for you to go. Oh, you, I had enough, I don't want you, it's time for you to go.
got rain. There's ice over there on the outsides. Kevin and the groomer team done a great job. It's all tilled out. It's a really nice practice track for 120s and 200s. Respect it. Respect us. Work with us, and we'll keep it open. Any problems, it just gets shut down and we don't use it. Trailer parking. Trailer parking. Sunday Funday, there's not reserved spots. If you're a sponsor, if you're a staff member, see me and we'll try and keep those spots for you. Otherwise, all other spots, it's just open, unless you're a staff member or a sponsor. So please, if you want your spot and you have a spot, come in on Thursday or Wednesday, drop your trailer in your spot. That's okay. That's part of ERX's program. But for Sunday Funday, we don't have the time or the people to police this. That's why we don't do it during that time. There's only a couple of spots that we need to make sure we have for some staff, a couple key sponsors, and the owner. All right. So parking. Please keep in mind, if you want a spot earlier, drop your trailer off early. It is Camo Fest. Trophies for today. Camo Fest. Jake and his team over there at American did a great job getting us more trophies. If you have trophies you need to pick up from before, please come and see Quinn up here at the desk. We should have them. We should have them. We should have trophies tonight and tomorrow for everything except for the printer had a problem with 2 of the sheets that got broke. So like we've done, because we've had so many entries, if we have a problem with the amount of trophies, we'll get you something and we'll have them printed. We'll have them at the next race. Not a big deal. But just keep in mind, come up and see us when you want your trophies from before. And at the end of the second race, unless you're leaving early, that's when you come up and get your trophies, please. All right. Tomorrow. Where's the happy birthday? Okay. Hey everybody, tomorrow there's a twins birthday. They're 5-year-old twins that just started racing this year, and they're having a blast, and they're going to be around now all season and already talking about next year. Tomorrow they're doing a birthday. There's going to be a whole birthday set up over here. They're going to have a blocked off section of bleachers. They're bringing 40-some people out to our races. It's pretty dang cool. We're going to have a 4x8 sheet here that says happy birthday. If the kids and anybody that wants to sign it, come and sign it just like we do with our other boards. Just like we do with other boards. Also, Elias Ishul, who was hurt at a race, we are sending him a get well card, and we are going to give him one of our signed autographed Sunday Funday. Most of you guys have seen him around here. I've been messaging with him, and we're going to give him a little surprise from all of you to tell him to get better, okay? So if you haven't signed it, sign the board. We're going to give him a board from Sunday Funday from all of you to Elias. It's just you have a full set of races, that's finals, and you have a full set of races, that's finals. There's no heat races, no nothing. It's just finals and finals. Tomorrow there'll be a heat race and a final, and then a final is the plan right now. A heat race, a final, and a final, so we can get out of here and watch the Super Bowl. First day is 5 points? No, it's the final and a final. No combined points like on Thursday nights. It's a final, trophies, final, trophies. Hey, everybody's talking. Let's listen up. cards tonight. We don't want to keep those all around. Get your membership cards. There's a dolly over here for 120, 200 snowmobiles. We're going to give that away at the next race in March. The gentleman's out here. He has 2 dollies left for sale for full-size sleds. He's right over in the corner over here, I believe, unless he's in here. Is he in here? No. He has 2 left for sale for full-size sleds. All right. So, staging up on top. Any questions on rules? The sheets are up on the board. If you have any issues with where you're at, see Jake up on top up here. Any questions before we get into the drawings? Who wants to win some prizes? I do too. All right, let's draw some tickets. Medium helmet. 74-14. 74-14. 74-14. 74-14. Anyone? Bueller, anyone? 74. He'll take it. 74-14. Going.
Cody. Yes, like that. Because you got yours right before mine.
7414. No. You're mad. All right, going once. Going twice. Draw another ticket. 74-78. There it is, a lucky winner. Lucky winner. Here, pass that back. Oh, here you go, right here. All right, next helmet. Next helmet, use X small. 74-72. 74-72. Hey! Hello!
Let's go.
Helmet bag for 509. Just a little info. 509 this season has donated $6,800 worth of product that we've been giving away and we'll give away into next March weekend. $6,800 from 509. You get a chance, thank them on social media. They've done a great job for us. A great job. $6,800. One sponsor. 71.95. 71.95. Hey, helmet bag. Helmet bag. pair of youth mittens. $74.60. $74.60. You win that one too?
No.
$74.99. $74.60. $74.99. $74.60. $74.99.
Hey,
Grab one?
oh, you're all not down.
Which one you got? Perfect. There you go. Nice work.
All right, I'm late.
$74.60. $74.60. $74.60. Going once. Going twice. You got it? $72.38. $72.38. All right, what's next? Get back next. $7300. 509 backpack. 7300. 7177. 7177. All right. Thanks to Travis and Sierra, we got two $100 AMSOIL certificates. Two. Mom and Dad need these to keep those sleds running, don't they? All right. Two AMSOIL certificates. $74.95. $73.96. $74.95. $73.96. That one. 7492, 7304, 7304. All right, guys, another fun fact. Another fun fact. Fun fact, CNA Pro skis. Almost $10,000 in skis they'll give away at Sunday Funday at 600 plus a pair with all the attachments and runners. Almost $10,000 CNA skis puts into you guys. I was on the phone with them today. They love Sunday Funday. They love all the posts and tags. Keep doing that. They love this. They sent me the certificates. I have 2 people that got them last race. Where are those 2 people? Okay, so come see me afterwards. I got yours and I got the other one right there. Come see me afterwards. Yeah, so we got 1 adult and one ditch banger and 1 youth. All right, youth. 7431 for a CNA Pros. 7431. Woo! All right, there you go. There you go. And then, hey, when you guys get a chance, I want a picture with the CNA Pro box. All right.
darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again.
My darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again. My darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again. My darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again.
My darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again.
My darling, I told you I'm not perfect man, but I promise I will never hurt you again. Will never hurt you again. Will never hurt you again.
I've been wanting something from you. You been giving nothing. Oh, I've been wanting something from you. You been giving nothing. Oh.
Looks like we are going green here at ERX. Thank everybody for coming out for the Sunday Funday on 2/10 of 2024. Never would expect that we would have weather like this. 2024 has proven to be the winter that never was. But you know, you walk into the ERX Motor Park and it is winter in full effect. So what we have out on the racetrack right now, we have 28 races that we are going to do, and then we'll have an intermission, and we will do 28 more. And right now, this is race number 1, and what we have is the Pro 206 class. And it looks like we have Caleb Reinhofer, Cashton Nelson, Lilia Judnick, Nixon Judnick, Zane Thames, Blake Hool, and Walter Strace. I might be butchering that last name. But thank you for everybody coming out tonight to ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday, even though it's Saturday. We got some hot and heavy racing. A lot of racers signed up tonight. Beautiful weather. Nice fires. And it looks like we have the 585 of Blake Hool as your leader currently. Blake has really got a good setup going. All right, thank you everybody for coming out to ERX Motor Park. Race number 1 here underway, and it looks like the green flag is still flying for your leader that just came across the line. That was Blake Hool. So once again, we're going to have a packed night tonight. We have got, according to my scoring sheets, 21 races. And then we will have an intermission. And after that intermission, we will touch up the track and we will get back out there and we will do another 21 races. So just shy of 200 signed up. Track is beautiful. Considering that there's no snow, it sure is deep here at ERX. And it looks like on the line we have race number 2, which is going to be your 120 stock class. That's who is on the line. They are up next. Meanwhile, the green flag's flying for the fastest of the 120 classes, which is actually the Pro 206. So anybody new to ERX Motor Park, the 206 class, these are Briggs & Stratton spec motors. So all these are the same power. And there's multiple other modifications to the sleds, from skis to tracks to suspensions to bar risers, you name it. But the motors are all spec motors. Then in staging, we're also going to need the 200 stock 9 to 12. You're going to need to be in staging. You will be up after the second race. Everybody's going to get 6 laps before we're going to go to the intermission, and at that intermission we will touch up the track again, and then we will get into our second round of racing. So coming across the line, you're going to see the white flag flying in your Pro 206. 1 lap left for the 525 Blake Hool. And it looks like he has got Caleb Reinhofer right behind him. So we have, looks like that would be a 9-year-old leading and an 8-year-old chasing him down. And there is your winner.
929 is our winner. Second place is 585. Third place is 33.
All right, so that was. Oh, there we go. Okay. Wow. All right, that was the end of race number 1. So we are going to get on to race number 2, which has gone green. This is the 120 stock. Looks like we have the 5 of Colton Neifel, the 5X of Easton Green, the 25B of Bowden Nelson, the 100 of Cash Johnson, the 222 of Jordy Iginsenzuski, because they couldn't spell toboggan, the 623 of Mackenzie Rambo, and the 905 of Willow Abraham. Looks like everybody has made it through that first turn. I don't know if it's true or not, but it says one of these riders is 2 years old. I find that hard to believe. But the majority of it is 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, a 6, 7, and 8. And this is the 120 stock. So the stock 120 class. The beauty of this part of it is when you see the 120 stock class, they're going to typically progress through the ranks. So this is where it starts, right here. Stock sleds, usually all limited to right around 10 miles an hour. And we do have these go through a tech, because if somebody may or may not have slid a different governor spring in there, I know it's weird to think that would ever happen, but they will catch that in tech. So we're trying to keep this class as even as possible, get kids introduced to the sport, get them out there doing laps. In staging for the next race will be our 200 stock class. And it looks like we have a couple heats of the stock 200s. So that would be the next progression beyond the 120s. But this is purely to get the kids out there doing laps. So we started off with the 206s, which are definitely fast. And now we're going to a stock class, so this is where you start with all the kids. Get them out there, get them experience, comfortable on the track, comfortable around other riders, going over jumps, going through berms. A green flag still flying for the number 5. That's Colton Neifel, followed by the 100 of Cash Johnson, and the number, oh, that might be Easton Green out front. I think it is, because I see it. Is that an X? Wow. 9:05 of Willow Abram coming across the line. Give a big shout out for Willow, 4 years old, out there throwing down laps at a Sunday Funday. Think of that, folks. Put yourself in those shoes. I'm taking a look out here in front of me, in front of the Motor Park Chalet, and there's definitely no 4-year-olds standing out here. Maybe 40-year-olds, so you think of the difference. 4 years old out there racing around the track. And I'd much rather see kids doing that than staring at an iPad. So get them out there, get them going and doing laps. Get a little snow sprayed in your face and smile and laugh. And go home and talk about it to all your friends. We have some more events coming up. Like tomorrow, we're going to have another Sunday Funday. So if all you're out here right now and having a good time, tell your friends, tell your family, get them out. Tomorrow from 11 to 4, we'll have another event. So another opportunity to come out here and do some laps. At ERX Motor Park, we want to give a big thank you to Joe Duncan for being the mastermind behind this and getting this event going. And just maximizing the amount of time these kids and all the racers get to enjoy on the track. It's really hard on a winter like this to get out and enjoy your snowmobile unless you have a facility like ERX Motor Park. So I see the fan club for Willow Abraham out there cheering her on. Still doing laps at 4 years old. The green flag flying right there for the 5X. That should be your leader of Easton Green out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota. And the battle's shaping up right there between the 100 and the 5. So that's Colton Neifel and Cash Johnson. 5 and 6-year-olds coming into that first turn. Whoa! We had a good recovery there. I think that was the number 5 of Colton. They took the outside line in the 100 to Cash Johnson. Kind of tipped there for a second, but regained the footing. A lot of these parents, the advice you give a kid when they're at the starting line in a stock 120 class, this is where the term never lift is really drilled into their heads. When you only have 10 miles an hour to work with, it all comes down to line choice, not getting into the deep snow, which is going to slow them down significantly, and teaching them how to just stay on the throttle and steer into the snow that's not going to slow you down. So Easton Green coming across the line right there, 5X. He's your leader. He's the first one to see that white flag. And then here comes your second and third place rider, the number 5 of Colton Neifel. Or is it Keifel? And the 100, I don't see. So now I see is that the 623 of Mackenzie Rambo that just came across. Mackenzie might have made it up into third. Folks, if I have some of these results wrong, trust me, my eyes are aging, but we have a scoring crew in the booth next to me that's second to none, so they're catching it. And the next time around, we're going to see the checkered flag flying, so we've got race number 3 on the line. That is going to be your stock 200s, and these are going to be for 9 to 12-year-olds on the line. And in staging is going to be stock 200 heat 2. So there's the checkered flag flying in your 120 stock class for Colton Keifel. He is your winner. The 5X on his Cat out of out of Elko, New Market. And second place going to the that is the number 5 of Colton. So Easton Green was your leader. That helps when I bring glasses. All right, so that would be your 120 stock class. And on the line, looks like we got a packed heat. This is just the first heat of the stock 200. We have the 18 of Jace Jeske, the 33 of Lilia Judnick, the 62 of Daxton J, the 68E of Evan Teisel, the 114 of Sadie Berry, the 153 of Liam Polehill, the 311, they've gone green, of Leah Pellet, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, the 729 of Charlie Olson, and the 881 of Presley Bagentoss. All right, so this is a stock 200 class. So all these machines, same motor, same clutching. They do go through tech to verify that. The beauty of these classes is it becomes a driver's, right? Who can ride the best? Oof, I lost that number. Looks like your first three are kind of in a comfortable lead. That second place buggy is really making up some time. And once again, these riders, a lot of them have worked their way up through the 120s. So now you give them a little more speed, a little more wheelbase than a 120, and enough power to actually catch air. So they have to learn how to be as smooth as possible. And it looks like the 62 at Daxton J is your current leader. Daxton being 9 years old out of Lindstrom, Minnesota. I like Daxton coming into those turns, just throwing a knee in there, carving around the corners. Looks like we got a yellow flag flying there. We got one buggy that maybe went over. So they wave the yellow. Rules of the yellow are there's not supposed to be any, depends on the class, but in this class you're not supposed to be passing and there's not supposed to be skis in the air. It's cautionary. So 62 is still your leader, Daxton J. And it looks like he's being followed by 68E of Evan. Evan Theisel out of Elizabeth, Minnesota. That's a good number plate. Yep, Daxton coming across the line, still has that green flag. It's hard to see, but I think that is Evan that's chasing him down. We have a yellow. One rider looks like he kind of got a little kitty wampus. Got him back underway. So on the line, we're going to have the second heat of the stock 200s. And then in staging, we're going to have the junior girls, which is 200cc and under. That will be our fifth race of the night. But what's out there on the track right now is race number 3, stock 200. These are 9 to 12-year-olds. I see our flag man reach for that white flag, meaning next lap around, there's your leader, the 62 of Daxton J. Daxton running a great race. That second place sled, I think, is that Lydia? That might be Lydia Judnick. And I think in third place is Evan. All right, white flag, last rider across. The next time around, Daxton will see the checkered. And there it was. Your winner, the 62 of Daxton J. Can't quite see the number on that one. That's going to get us into race number 4, which is also the Stock 200 class. So you're going to have the 22 of Cody Kranz out of St. Croix Falls, the 222 out of Jordy Igensnowski out of Wells, Minnesota, the 388 of Evan Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 535 of Mason Doffing out of Hillman, Minnesota, the 545 of Hendrik DeBrun out of Stillwater, the 585 of Blake Hool out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, the 707 of Easton Norman out of Elk River, the 939 of Everett Storley, and the 999 of Morgan Ruck out of Becker, Minnesota. This will be our race number 4 in the Stock 200, anywhere from 9 to 12-year-olds. They've gone green. Those first 2 riders are definitely not, they got 6 laps to figure it out, but they're battling tough already. They're going for it. And that looks like Cody Kranz in second. Boy, that's one heck of a battle they have going there. Cody's just kind of watching those lines, trying to buy some time. Remember, 6 laps, so he has some time to try to figure out, how am I going to get by? Where am I faster? Where can I make up time? That's how you learn the craft, and we've had Cody out here several years. Meanwhile, while that battle's shaping up, it looks like we have that 3rd place buggy working the way up there, trying to get in that mix. But those first 2 definitely have a battle going. Yep, green flag still flying. Cody keeps trying to go to that inside right there. Problem isn't so much coming into the turn, it's coming out. So remember, 200cc snowmobiles, you definitely have more power to play with than you do with the 120s, but they still will succumb to that loose snow and loss of speed. So smoothness is critical. Carrying the speed, which is kind of the best part of these classes, is that these kids really get to learn how critical line choice can be and carrying speed. Before you get them on sleds with more power, figure out how to use every bit of power these sleds can provide with line choice. And there it is, the drag race. Cody kind of got pushed out into the fluff there a little bit. Now the race is on, side by side. A little bit of paint getting traded. And because of that, they pushed each other wide. That 3rd place sled now in contention for the top 3 spot. This is great competition right here. So Stock 200, these are 9 to 12-year-olds, which means on the line, the junior girls should be on the line. You're up next. The white flag's flying, a 3-up race. And now it's the 939 of Everett Storley that's worked his way up there. Everett came from a ways back in third, got off into the soft snow there, lost that momentum. But he can taste it. He saw that white flag. He knows this is the time. Cody knows they're there, but now he knows it's about keeping that line smooth. See that checkered flag first. Everett just gained a couple spots right there. It's a drag race. Everett went to the outside. It looks like he didn't lift. Nor did Cody. Drag race to the line. It looks like, wow. Cody got that one by half a ski, I think. That puts us into our fifth race tonight. This is going to be all girls out there on the track, the junior girls. We have the 114 of Sadie Berry, the 311 of Leah Paulette, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, the 801 of Emily Rogenkamp, and the 881 of Presley Bagentos. So some 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds out there on the track. All girls, 200cc sleds or under. Really no advantage to being under. And they have gone green. So this is the junior girls 200cc and under class, which means stock 200 4 to 8-year-olds you need to be in staging. You know, it's interesting, years back when we used to come out here, there wasn't nearly as many girls or women's classes. I mean, they're just, to see the growth of this class is amazing. The whole sport's going to flourish if we can keep getting more girls out there. I can't quite read the number on that first sled. All right, so the junior girls. Looks like your leader, which I'm trying to get the number there. I think that sled's been on the track doing a lot of laps, but I think the number on the back of the jacket's what I'm trying to get. Because from what I can see, it looks like a 88, which I don't have on my scoring sheet. Emily, can you see that number on that first slide? I see our flag man reaching for that white flag. So next time around, your leader convincingly having a great race. Just staying smooth, really working the sled, just kind of hovering over the seat, squatting towards the back, making sure there's good traction. Your second place rider coming across the line. Looks like next time around is going to be the white flag and the junior girls. 9 and 10-year-olds out there right now. And then what we're going to do is switch it up. And our 6th race of the night, instead of having 9 and 10-year-olds, we're going to bring out the 4 and 8-year-olds. You know, because why not? That's going to be a packed heat. The stock 200, so same snowmobiles, but 4 to 8-year-olds racing them. Because why not? So that white flag's flying for everybody in this class. All right, that checkered flag's getting ready to fly this time around. So sorry, folks, I can't quite see the number on that buggy, but so it's Presley. All right, it's Presley Bagintoss coming across the line out of Stacy, Minnesota. Thanks for the update, Mom. So Presley took it the first. The second place looks to be Emily Roggenkamp coming across in second, and then the 114 of Sadie Berry. Which brings us to race number 6, stock 200. These are going to be from 4 to 8-year-olds. It looks like we already had a couple jump the gun, probably the 4-year-olds. So we're going to have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 22 of Rocky Hahn, the 37 of Nixon Judnick, the 62 of Dylan J., the 99 of Easton Geyer, the 153 of Liam Polhill, the 311 of Levi Murtha, the 320 of Jackson Bauer. They have gone green, and we're going to have the 517 of Noah Abraham, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 738 of Edison Cook, and the 999 of Parker Ruck. They have all gone green, and anywhere from 4 to 8-year-olds. Looks like mainly 5, 7, and 8-year-olds is out there. I don't see any 4-year-olds. All right, green flag flying here. Looks like that buggy's coming across the line. All right, this is stock 200s. These are 4 to 8-year-olds. Once again, the green flag's still flying for the looks like your leader there is at the 5:24 of Michael Rambo. 7 years old out there leading the race. And while they're cutting laps, we're lining up our next race, which is going to be race number 7, which is going to be the second round of 4 to 8 year olds in the stock 200. Turn that on. All right, he's doing good. 5:24 being followed around. Looks like it's Michael Rambo being chased down by Noah Abraham. There's definitely a battle there for that third place position. It looks like that buggy is Brantley Lambrecht is currently in fourth, trying to get up to that third place position. There is definitely a battle there between that fourth position. That's the other beautiful part about the Sunday Funday events is these kids get to do a lot of laps. So 6 laps gives them a lot of track time to go out there and figure it out. Once again, your leader coming across, that is the 5:24 of Michael Rambo. And it looks like that battle for second. Is that Noah? It looks like. They are bunched up. They're passing a little bit of lap traffic. Let's make sure everybody gets by safely. You know, that's the beauty of these kids starting at such a young age, is they kind of learn how to work their way through without plowing into another rider. Something I wish my kids would have learned at a younger age, but you know, they build new parts every day. We got a yellow flag, 1 rider off. Thankfully, our flaggers and some concerned parents standing there by the starting line were able to rush over and get that sled upright, get it going. That white flag's flying. There's your leader, the 5:24. That's Michael Rambo. And a bit of a battle right there, looks like, for that second place position between Noah Abrahams and I think that's Easton Geyer. Next time around will be the finish of the first heat in the stock 200 4 to 8 year olds. That is going to be the checkered flag for Michael Rambo. Looks like Geyer coming across there. And I'm sorry, that's Parker Ruck coming across in second. And the 5:17 of Noah Abraham in third. Followed by the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht. So that would be how they finish in the first heat of stock 200 4 to 8 year olds. We're going to have the line filled up right now for your second round, and this is going to be the 5 of Easton Green of the Pelican Rapids, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer out of Malacca, the 23 of Liam Peterson out of Lino Lakes, the 67X of Chase Kenyon out of Barnesville, the 122 of Carson May out of Aiken, Minnesota, the 216 of Carter Lang out of Maple Grove, the 222 of Jordy Iggins-Nazuski, because toboggan's too hard to say, out of Wells, Minnesota, the 609 of Brody Hauk out of Bertram, the 729 of Noah Olson out of Buffalo, the 739 of Frankie Cook out of Litchfield, and the 910 out of Henrik Storley out of Elko New Market. They are lined up. We're going to let one or so riders just finish up their race. And we will be going live. We have gone green on the stock 200. These are 4 to 8-year-olds again. It looks like we have a couple of them maybe doing a little bumping off the line there, but we're race number 8. Oh, we got a couple of them tipped over, but they're upright again. Race number 8, we're going to need you guys in staging, and this is going to be a combined class coming up next. So we're going to have 120 open, and the 200 open will be the next race. Bunch of mods. If you like your mods, you're going to want to see that race. I mean, they might be small, but they're modded. A little bit more than a cam and a riser on some of those. Go do that to John now. They're sitting down there running already. All right, green flag flying. So once again, this is race number 7, folks. This is stock 200s, anywhere from 4 to 8-year-olds. And according to my scoring sheet, I think we're fresh out of 4-year-olds, but there's 5, 7, 6, and 8-year-olds out there. 6 and 8-year-olds out there. So start them young, get them hooked. They won't have time for anything else, nor will they have the money. But hey, that's what they're here for. Keep putting in the laps. Besides, at this age, it's mom and dad's checkbook that's just paying for it. So, hey, this is the best it's ever going to get. You don't have to fund it on your own. Those first 2 sleds are battling pretty hard. And it looks like that's Caleb Reinhofer. Caleb working all over that sled. Working hard to keep the rear of it on the ground, keep that traction. He went a little bit wide there, and now it's going to be a side-by-side. Looks like he got squeezed out a little bit. So you have a new leader. I didn't catch the number, but I will next time around. All right, once again, 4 to 8-year-old stock 200 class. Right here at the Sunday Funday, even though it's Saturday, at ERX Motor Park. White flag flying for your leader. As he comes across the line. I wasn't quite catching the number on that one, due to a multiple of reasons, one of them being my eyesight. the other one being the distance. And when you combine the distance from Bad Eyes, it makes it really hard to read the numbers. Needless to say, race number 8, you should be in staging, which is going to be a combined class of 120 opens, champ sleds, and then the 200 open. Mods, we like to call them. And then up next after that is going to be race number 9, which is going to be 120 improved stock. So you should be getting ready, 120 improved stock. White flag flying, and the next time around we're going to see the checkered for the winner in the stock 4 to 8-year-olds. And that was the 67X of Chase Kenyon out of Barnesville on a cat. That's your winner. Joe had reached out to me about a couple of these that were trying to get. Well, it's because you called me a quitter they showed up. Yeah. What the hell happened? Break? It's the same thing that, well, issue was different, but. It's a combined class. So what we have is 120 champ sleds, and we got the 22 of Nixon Judnick out of Hermantown, and we have got the 999 of Parker Ruck out of Becker, Minnesota. They're on 120 opens or champ sleds. And right alongside of them, we've got the 200 opens, the 311 of Levi Murtha out of Andover, the 320 of Jackson Bauer out of Menominee, Wisconsin, the 545 of Hendrik DeBruin out of Stillwater, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio, and that is your leader, the 989 of Tyler Custodio. No, I'm sorry, that was Parker Ruck. That was Parker Ruck that came across the line there first. And then I believe Nixon Judnick, it looked like, in second. So on the line, your next race, while we're doing race number 8, we're going to have improved stock should be on the line. That is going to be 120 improved stock. And then we're going to move into one of my favorites, race number 10, the ditch banger. And that's going to bring out a whole nother set of rules, which we have coming up here in just a few weeks, folks. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to ERX Motor Park tonight. It is a Saturday night, and we are doing a Sunday fun day. And you know what we're doing tomorrow? A Sunday fun day as well. But coming up in just a few weeks, we will have the Ditch Banger National, February 24th. And we got a class coming up here and 2 more races that is going to be a preview to the Ditch Banger National. Always a good event. The way we're going with snow right now, not real worried about it. The track should be perfect. And what could possibly go wrong when you throw 300 sleds from 1999 or older out on the track? Sounds like a great combination to me. So you can come on out to the Ditch Banger. And really what it comes down to is there's classes for just about everything. But if you really want to race against, you know, pros or semi-pro riders, that's your chance to do it. Everyone's on something from 99 or older, and everybody gets a fair shot. A lot of laps. None of these sleds were actually ever intended to be as fast as they are right now. There's the 999 of Parker Ruck. I do see we have one buggy down. Looks like we have track workers out there. The yellow flag's flying. They got him refired. Moving again. So thank you to our volunteers out here making it happen for these kids. Keeping it safe. Green flag's flying for that sled as it comes across the line. It looks like that would be the 22 of Nixon Judnick. And our flaggers reaching for the ever-precious white flag, meaning the guy coming across the line right now has one lap left to a victory. And that is going to be the 999 of Parker Ruck. He's running a 120 open. There's your second place sled coming across of Nixon Judnick. Looks like the 320 of Jackson Bauer. And there's the checkered flag for your winner, the first time out in the 120 class. That would be Parker Ruck. Which means on the line right now we have race number 8. And race number 8 is the 120 improved stock. So these are no longer stock sleds, but there's improvements made, hence the term improved stock. We're going to have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer out of Malacca, Minnesota on an Arctic Cat. He's 6 years old. The 216 of Carter Lang out of Maple Grove on a Polaris, and Carter is 5 years old with a whole host of sponsors, including Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Botzek, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Parts and Service, and Beaton Farms. The 517 of Noah Abrams is also out there on the 517 sled from Norwood Young America. They have gone green. And the 725 of Owen Halata out of Malacca, Minnesota. All right. So we are on race number 9. Once again, the improved stock. That green flag's flying. Looks like that is the 517 of Noah Abram. And that second place buggy, that is Carter Lang, who's kind of worked his way up. I like that wrap Carter's got. Look at that. A lot of extra shine coming off that sled. Looks pretty good. Catches the eye. So this is your improved stock 120s, and it looks like your next race that's on the line, which none of them are running, and that oftentimes happens because they're old. That is going to be the Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. This class is near and dear to my heart because we bring out the loud cans, the Mohawks. 10-inch risers is a minimum because I stand up when I ride. All right, green flag still flying. Your leader right there, that is Noah out of Norwood, Young America, sponsored by FXR, Rock, Speed FX, and CNA Pro. See that a lot in some of these 120s and 200s when they're running the CNA Pro skis. One of our sponsors here. We want to give them a big shout out and a thank you for the support of the Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park. Definitely seems to be the ski of choice, especially with the real granular snow like you get. Because I don't know, folks, it's going to be a shocker, but I'm going to share some news with you here. This is man-made snow. I know that's going to be really weird, but yes, that's how they built the track, with snow guns and like 1 million gallons of water. So those skis actually do improve significantly your ability to corner. And this is going to be your leader coming across here again. That is the 517 of Noah Abraham. And we have got Carter Lang. If your last name's Lang, you're out racing snowmobiles, it's the family tradition, whether it's snowcross or ovals. The Langs kind of get out there and get it done. So Carter currently running in second in the 120 improved stock, and then we're going to get into the Ditch Bangers. Looks like we're going to have 2 heats of Ditch Banger. All right, checkered flag flying for the 517 and the 120 improved stock. That was Noah Abraham. He was your first place rider. Second place going to Carter Lang out of Maple Grove. Good job, Carter. And we see some headlights firing up for the Ditch Bangers. They're getting ready. Your third place. Looks like we got the 88 of Chase Reinhofer coming across the line. And now we're going to the Ditch Bangers. They've gone green. It's fast and furious, folks. Watch out. This looks to be rather Polaris dominated. I see one cat. But we got the 002 of Brandon Bishop, the 4Z of Alex Forsland, the 95 of Chase Patton, the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke, the 198 of Brecken Bishop, and the 777 of Jonah Polson. This is Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Brings you right back to the old days. The 198 of Brecken Bishop, who is no stranger to running out front. It looks like, I think Brecken's running, it appears to be a Pro X. And a little bit newer Pro X kind of chasing him down. All right, folks, I'll try to catch the number of that second place sled, but the 198 of Brecken Bishop is in first. The 95 of Chase Patton is in second place. Which means on the line we have our second heat of Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. It's crazy to think these sleds are almost 20 years old. And the 95, now your new leader, Chase Patton. So the 95, Chase Patton, still your leader. Not sure if I missed something or not, but I think, did we lose a rider? Is that Brecken Bishop? Okay, well, you know, gave him time to go back into the pits and just do some adjusting. You know, he'll be fresher in the next time out. So the white flag is going to be flying this time around for that 95. It looks like a red rocket of Chase Patton, followed by the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke. And coming across the line in third, Alex Forsland out of Cambridge, Minnesota. Next time around, if they can keep these buggies together, which is not an easy feat when you're wailing on them like this. The good thing is these sleds are old enough now, there's parts everywhere for them, you know. So if you got 2 or 3 of these carcasses laying around, you can always keep one running. And your leader coming across and getting that checkered flag, that's the 95 of Chase Patton. Your second place sled is going to be the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke. And then the 4Z of Alex Forsland. And we're going to get into our second heat of Ditch Banger. We're going to have the 26 of Zach O'Mara out of Oak Grove, sponsored by Thomas Snow Sports and O'Mara Motorsports. The 77 of Ethan Leach out of St. Paul. The 303 of Cade Schwinnard out of North Branch, sponsored by Fratellone Racing. The 490 of Kyle Roggenkamp out of Stacy, Minnesota. His sponsor, check this out, his Sugar Mama. Oh yeah, that's doing it right. And the 731 of Jigger Cortez out of Zimmerman. Brought to you by PB Blaster, CRC Brake Clean, Gum Out, and Seafoam. And of course, the Cortez Taco Truck. Make sure to step on up and get some tacos after the race. When he's not racing, his dad's got him working hard in there making tacos. So make sure to frequent that. But they are lined up for your second round. This is race number 11, Heat 2 of Ditch Banger. As it looks like we're just waiting for them to get one sled off the line. It's always good when they leave these ditch bangers idling on the line. You know, sleds that are almost 20 years old love to sit and idle when it's 40 degrees out. It's really good for them. They used to have like a hot start button. Well, this is how they did it prior to that. Put it on a track stand and just keep revving it. And there we go. I hear loud can already. But they have gone green, so it looks like in staging we're going to need to get race number 12 in staging. And that is going to be transition 8 to 10-year-olds. You need to be in staging. I see some tail standing going on. That's how you know they bang ditches. That is the 303 of Cade Schwinnard out front. Jager Cortez is kind of making up some ground on Cade. Coming out of the corners, though, it looks like Cade's got some cowbell under the hood. That sled pulls really hard. But Jager got a better line going there. Maybe made up a little time on him. Now you'll notice that Jager coming across the line in second on that skidoo. Sometimes you get a little bit of smell of salsa and queso, and that's just because his suit was sitting too close to that when they were making it in the trailer. They definitely have a battle going there, and it looks like Jager's just got to find a different way around. He's got a faster line there. Coming in on Cade. He's trying to do the inside line. But Cade's just got that loud can just brapping snow all over the place when he's going around the corners. All right, that green flag still flying. Race number 11. Cade Schwinnard, Jager Cortez. There's Zach O'Mara coming across the line on that 26 Cat. The 480 of Kyle Roggenkamp. Kind of came in a little hot there, but he's going to make it back up. White flag will be flying for Cade this time around. Boy, Cade's got, I don't know what he's running for a track on that sled, but that sled really pulls when he comes out of the turns. And there's your winner, Cade Schwinnard, out of North Branch, Minnesota, from Fratellone Racing. And the 7-3-1, the Mexican connection, Jager Cortez coming across the line in second. And Zach, not related to Johnny, O'Mara out of Oak Grove coming across in third. I might have dated myself there. That would be Johnny O'Mara, the O Show. Not so many of you might know who that is. That's a motocross reference. from the 80s. So we're going to go back to the transition 8 to 10. They have gone green. We have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht out of Maple Lake, the 21 of Tanner Thompson out of Stroud, Oklahoma, the 100 of Gabrick Guyan out of Maple Lake, Minnesota, the 114 of Sadie Berry out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the 123 of Calvin Messier out of Malacca, Minnesota, the 707 out of Easton Norman out of Elk River, and the 999 Parker Ruck out of Becker, Minnesota. This is 8 to 10-year-olds in the transition class. And it looks like the 100 of Gabrick Guyan is in the lead. 9 years old. Boy, it's almost like Gabrick got shot out of a cannon. That is a convincing lead. 6 laps for these riders. And we're going to have another heat of 8 to 10-year-olds coming up next. That's going to be race number 13 of transition 8 to 10. So once again, this is a testament to exactly what happens here at ERX, how we foster the growth of the snowcross sport. These are kids that have worked their way up through the ranks, just out here doing laps. They started on 120s, they moved to 200s, now they're in the transition class. So they're on full-size sleds, 8 to 10-year-olds, and these sleds are all partially governed or limited in speed. However, competitive nonetheless. I'll tell you, I've been out there and done laps around the track, and it's real easy for me to stand up here and talk about what it looks like and how easy it would be. But believe it or not, when you come up to like that finish line jump and you can't see anything but sky, it's a commitment to go off that, especially without letting off. So that's what you're doing, is you're getting these younger riders out here. You have 8, 9, and 10-year-olds out there building that confidence so that they are gaining the ability to someday clear that finish line jump and land on the downside. You don't learn that overnight. I mean, unless your name's Koenig. Some of those guys do, but kind of a big deal. So this is our first heat of the transition 8 to 12s. The second heat of them should be lining up right now. And right behind them, we're going to have the junior 14 to 17 class. So still, we have the 100 of Gabrick Guyan in the lead, the 114 of Sadie Berry in second, and the 123 of Kelvin Messer in second. I'm sorry, in third. White flag flying right here, and looks like we still have Gabrick Guyan in the lead out of Maple Lake, Minnesota. Gabrick is sponsored by Powers Motorsports, Bikeman, Lundin Ford, Ladenia Landscape, and Annandale Dental and FXR. 9 years old, your leader, Gabrick Guyan. Gabrick coming across the line, seeing that chat. Whoa, kind of a little selly going on there. Looks like the 114 Sadie Berry took second. And the 123 of Calvin Messier third. And the 10 buggy of Brantley Lambrecht coming across in fourth, which is going to bring us to our second heat in 8 to 10 transition class. They've gone green, and that's the 4 of Knox Holzer out of Crookston, Minnesota, the 67X of Chase Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. The 68X out of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. The 156 of Caleb Polhill out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. The 621 of Diedrich Schwan out of Box Elder, South Dakota. 713 of Regan Trafford out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. And the 812 of Bernice Thike out of Chatfield, Minnesota. These are 9 to 11-year-olds, and it looks like your early leaders, the 812 of Bernice Thike out of Chatfield. So in staging, we're going to need lined up the junior 14 to 17-year-olds. We need you lined up. And staging right behind them is going to be another fan favorite every single time. The people that are bold enough to come out here and race. Leaf Springs. Oh, yeah, the Leafers. I see some people in the crowd that should be out there on their Leafers. 20-some years ago they would have been anyway. It's amazing what happens with time. But we got 9 to 11-year-olds out there, so it's awesome to see. Once again, we got a 9-year-old leading the field. Bernice Thike out of Chatfield, Minnesota.
I'll drink.
I like how Bernice has the pink seat going on there. Kind of differentiate that sled. And I'll give her props for the number plate. It's very easy to read. I think that should be the prerequisite, is that you have to come up in the announcing booth, leave the sled out, actually have the sled go by at about 50 miles an hour and see if you can actually read it. And I'm not talking the young eyes of these 9 and 11-year-olds. I want like a 60-year-old whose eyes would be equivalent to mine to try to read that, even though I'm not quite 60. I'll get there. Close. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So, green flag's still flying. This is our second heat of the transition class, 8 to 10-year-olds. Bernice is still in the lead. A convincing lead, too, I will say. And once again, think of it. 9 to 11-year-olds out there. We have riders from as far away as Crookston, Barnesville, Thunder Bay, Ontario, 2 of them, Box Elder, South Dakota. So these kids are not here just for fun. Like, they're out here cutting laps. They drove a long ways. White flags flying. I guess really when I look at the regardless Thunder Bay, Box Elder, or Crookston, there isn't many riding opportunities in any of those places currently. So this is it. And it's a great one at that. So next time around, Bernice, whose parents brought her up from Chatfield, just took the victory in the transition 8 to 12 class, followed by the 621 of Diedrich Schwan out of Box Elder, South Dakota, and the 68X of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. And right now we're going to have junior 14 to 17 on the line, which means leaf spring sleds. We need you in staging. Leaf spring sleds. That's right. Swap out those fouled plugs, because you know you got them. Don't worry about the shocks, because those aren't going to last anyway. They gave up in 1983. You might as well just run them out to the line and deal with it. But we've got juniors 14 to 17, the 198 of Brecken Bishop out of Duluth, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids, the 505 of Connor Clement out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, the 711 Colton Winter out of Monticello, Minnesota, the 712 of Lane Peterson out of Anoka, and the 812 of Bryce Powers. And it looks like the 505 of Connor Clem is your early leader. These are 14 to 17-year-olds. And you can see the pace kind of picked up a little bit. Now notice 14 to 17-year-olds compared to our last group. The riders have gotten bigger, they've gotten stronger. And based on the last names I'm seeing here, many of them have been on this track for years. And you can see that in their riding. Different line choice, they're doubling things, hitting the berms a lot harder. Watch them come across the finish line jump. Right there, the 198 of Brecken Bishop. If you can carry that speed hard enough, you can use that finish line jump to gain speed into that first turn. So Brecken showing a great amount of speed as he has earlier tonight when the, 2000 and older, he seemed to have a technical difficulty. But now maybe he fell victim to not a good start. But the 505 of Connor Clement out of Pelican Rapids, sponsored by Olaf Anderson, United Rentals, and Arneson Home Solutions, having a great ride. The 198 of Brecken Bishop in second, but he's got company. So it looks like Brecken is that the 712 maybe of Lane Peterson? I didn't quite catch the number. All right, Leaf Springs, you should be on the line. I see two, but there's supposed to be three. And they've got them idling. That's always a good thing. Make sure you leave those Leafers idling. In fact, I've got an old can of some 87 ethanol from 4 years ago if you want to add a little in there to top it off. That's what they were designed for. Brecken maybe making up a little room there in second place. But your leader, Connor Clement, he's got a strong lead and he's riding strong. Those top three are all actually pretty well grouped in terms of riding, but now it's stretching out a little bit. The other thing that's kind of nice is having that 6-lap race. It gives them plenty of time to let the arm pump set in. Checkered flag flying for the 505 of Connor Clement, followed by Brecken Bishop and the 712 of Lane Peterson. And that's how they finish. Junior 14 to 17. Folks, come on out. You got to give a round of applause for these guys. These are some brave souls right here. Everything we've seen up until this point actually had functioning suspension. Now we're going back to technology that dates back to like, what, the 60s? Some of the folks here may have been born before that, but what we've got is the 22 of Cody Kranz out of St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin on the number 10. His sponsor, remember, he's 10 years old, folks, but his sponsor is Deja Vu. We got the 96 sled of Douglas Summers out of Shell Lake, Wisconsin on a Polaris, and the 284 of Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, Wisconsin. The light has gone green, and the Deja Vu sponsored sled is in third currently. They all stack it up in the first turn. Now remember, a 45-year-old, a 26-year-old, and a 10-year-old. Like, that's how it should be. And just watch when they come off the finish line jump, just like so daintily come back to the earth from only 2 feet up. I can actually feel it up here when they land. So what do we got? An El Tigre, I'd say a TXL, and then an Enticer. Yep. Of those three, the one in third place would still be doing laps tomorrow morning if you could just keep adding gas to it. Problem free. The other two, not so much. Although, the first one does bring some cowbells, so I'll give them that. The other beauty of this is I'll give Cody credit because at 10 years old, remember this snowmobile he's riding was built in 1980. Cody was probably not even thought of at that point. So the fact that he's out there throwing down on that leafer is definitely, you're learning things about a snowmobile and how to manipulate one with limited travel and limited power. Like right here, he could just pile into that Polaris. Use him as a berm. Dad, give him a good talking to when he gets back to the trailer. Oh, the leaf spring class. So you want to come on out February 24th when we have the Ditch Banger National here at ERX Motor Park. You will see more of these leaf springs. There is a class specifically for the leafers. And what they will do is they will score them separately, even though you might be out there on a 440 liquid, you're actually scored only with the sleds that'll be in your class. So like if you're on an Enticer, like the Deja Vu sponsored second place sled there of Cody Krantz, you would actually only be scored against the Enticers. So that's coming up February 24th, the Ditch Banger National. And then next we are going to have race number 16, which is going to be the Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17 year olds and the Junior 16 to 17. That is going to be a combined class of Junior Ditch Bangers. You know, there was a time, he's got, look at this, he's already got a celly going. He doesn't realize he has a 10-year-old hot on his heels, the 284 of Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, Wisconsin. I think Cody's just starting to get some legs on that Enticer. I'm willing to bet that thing completely passed tech. Absolutely it did. What could possibly have been done to that to make it run so good? I'm not sure. Now you have to remember, Cody is on the lightest, most underpowered sled out there, and he is the lightest rider and the youngest rider with the least amount of ballast. You want to see something funny, take that second place snowmobile and imagine a guy that's 6'5" and over 200 pounds riding one here from his house. It's like watching a giraffe riding a bicycle. I'm not going to say I've seen it, but I may have heard about it. So currently as they run the 284 of Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, running that El Tigre, being chased down by the number 22 of Cody Krantz out of St. Croix Falls, sponsored by Deja Vu. Look at that. Look at that. Give Cody a round of applause for a hell of a performance. He made up some time. I mean, if we'd have given him another few laps, the old man might have had some fatigue and the young boy wouldn't. Needless to say, excellent race. That was the Leaf Spring class. We are on to race number 16. It's a combined class of anywhere from 13 to 17-year-olds, but we're going to have ditch bangers and then juniors. They've gone green. The 123 of Isaac Peterson, the 667 of Austin Kistner, the 716 of Jory Cortez, the 942 Bailey Stressy, the 29 of Talon Goebel, the 526 of Briar Schaefer, the 711 of Colton Winter, and the 712 of Lane Peterson. Anywhere from 14 to 17-year-olds out there. And the 526 flying across, that was Briar Schaefer out of Amenia, North Dakota on the Ski-Doo, brought to you by Prean Concrete and U Motors. Briar, that was one hell of a lap. So I was impressed. That was good. Your second place rider, I didn't quite catch the number. But remember, once again, these are 15, oh, I'm sorry, there is one 14-year-old. 14 to 17-year-olds. There's Breyer coming across the line. The 29 is the second place. That's Talon Goebel out of Baxter, Minnesota. So this is the ditch banger. 13 to 17. That means on the line, the next thing we're going to need is the 440 and 600, 1998 to 02. This is going to be a good class. 1998 to 02. These are ditch bangers. All right, there's your leader, the 526 of Breyer, being chased down by the 29 of Talon Goebel and the 711 of Colton Winter out of Monticello, Minnesota. That is in third place, brought to you by Winter Custom Welding, Troy Elder Trucking, Andy's Towing, Super Siders, Curbside Waste, Rugged Companies, CNA, Rocks, Speedworks, Amsoil, Stud Boy, Ultimate Boat Wraps, and FXR and Polaris. So your leader seeing the white flag, but it looks like that third place buggy, the 711 of Colton Winter, making up some ground. Realizing that the time's ticking for Talon Goebel in second place there, and see if he can make it happen. And your next race that should be on the line is going to be 98 to 02 sleds. These would qualify as ditch bangers because they bang ditches. There's your leader, the 526 of Breyer Schaefer, the 29 of Talon Goebel, and the 711 of Colton Winter. That's how they finish in the junior 13 to 17 class. Going to let the last few riders kind of make their way around to the finish line. And it looks like our next round, we're going to have everything from a 19-year-old all the way up to an elderly person at 46 years old. For snowcross, we are going to go into a ditch banger 440 600 class, 98 to 02. So the sleds are from 1998 to 02. We're going to have the 068 of Peyton Smith out of Montevideo, the 83 of Chris Spicer out of Saginaw, Minnesota. They've gone green, the 117 of Jesse Wyke out of Buffalo, the 153 of Colton Krajcik out of Denison, Iowa, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, St. Stephen, and the 911 of Jonah Polson out of Loretto. All right, they are coming across the line. And I am seeing a 68 made out of tape on a windshield. That looks like it is Peyton Smith out of Montevideo, Minnesota. That would be the youngest rider on the track at 19 years old in the lead. Bit of a falter, and the Arctic Cat came underneath him. He's in a bit of a cat sandwich at the moment. So 1998 to 02. Man, that number is a hard one to read. So let's see. There's Arctic Cats. How many? There's quite a few. found it. Not able to decipher that one. So, staging next up, we're going to have 03 to 07 and 98 to 02, Heat 2. So we're going to have a mixed bag. Is going to be the next one. So same buggies as this. We're going to have Heat number 2 of 98 to 02. Once again, folks, coming up February 24th, the Ditch Banger National. This is a preview of what you're going to see. All these buggies are going to be out there. I see your third place is the 163 at Colton Krajek. I'm just drawing a blank on that first cat. I can't quite see the number. I know our scoring crew won't miss it. But there is a battle. That Polaris was kind of pulling up alongside of him there for a second. Coming across the sea of the green, that finish line jump could be what makes the difference. That's 68 of Peyton Smith. Peyton's kind of bringing a tail down, nose up approach to the track. What I've seen in the past when you do that is a lot of fatigue sets in eventually. You're taking a pounding, so you either slow roll out of it or you have to commit and double. Or do it that way. Whichever works for you. White flag flying. This is it. If Peyton wants the lead back, he's going to have to really put it in now. He's going to do an inside-outside, try to stuff him. Eventually here he's going to get all whiskey throttle, and it's just going to happen. He got a little luck. The other rider went wide. Peyton went underneath. Now the question is, can he hang in there till the finish? They're side by side. A little paint got swapped. It's better than them swapping spit, but I guess we'll see what happens later. So, he got him back. Wow, Peyton putting in a great effort. I can't quite see the number on that cat, so I'm not sure. That might have been Chris Spicer on the 83. Nope, because that's right there. That's in third. So I stand corrected once again. Don't worry, folks. We got another heat just like that. We're going to have the 13 of Riley Bazell out of Rogers, Minnesota. The 012 of Lucas Maz out of Otsego. They've gone green. The 17 of Gary Rude out of Otsego. The 26 of Zach O'Mara out of Oak Grove. The 77 of Ethan Leach. The 95 of Chase Patton. And the 287 of Garrett Powlick out of Princeton. Sponsored by GP Racing. They've gone green. Which means on the line we have our 19th race, Junior 10 to 13. And we have the 28 sled, it looks like, I'm sorry, the 26 is Zach O'Mara. If I read that number right, is your leader right now. Yeah, one buggy that kind of went down here at the finish line, but it looks like they got him back up. Back going. So yeah, that is the 26 of Zach O'Mara, followed by the 95 of Chase Patton, running first and second. Chase sponsored by Patton Heating and Air. Zach O'Mara out of Oak Grove by Thomas Snow Sports and O'Mara Motorsports. Beauty of this class is I see some older sleds. I even see a Rev out there. I see a Gen 2 Polaris. And we're going to have the junior 10 to 13s. They're on the line next as your leader, Zach Patton, comes around. All right, this is race number 18. Once again, the 98 to 02s, and we even have an 03 and 07 buggy out there. But on the line, we have the juniors 10 to 13 coming up next. White flag flying for Zach. And that 95 buggy of Chase Patton. So once again, folks, this is a race number 18. We're going to get through this first half. I have a bit of an intermission. They'll groom the track, and then we'll get into the second half of the night. And the checkered flag, I see our flagger, who's highly trained. He comes right out of Europe with that checkered flag. He's used to doing Formula One, but right now he's waving it for Zach Patton. I'm sorry, Zach O'Mara. That was followed by the 95 of Chase Patton. That's how they came across the line in the heat number 2 of the Ditch Bangers. Which means right now we have the juniors 10 to 13. This is a big heat. We're going to have the 133 of Matty Anderson out of Otsego. We're also going to have the 231 of John Thieke out of Chatfield. They've gone green. The 256 of Drew Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids. The 311 of Peyton Weisbrod out of Elk River. The 519 of Mason Crayen out of Amenia, North Dakota. The 621 of Diedrich Chawan out of Box Elder, South Dakota. The 812 of Bryce Powers out of Big Lake. The 814 of Kyra Hassler out of Faribault. The 824 of Brecken Peterson out of Anoka. And the 952 of Jackson Rath out of Elko, New Market. This is juniors anywhere from 10 to 13-year-olds. And it looks like your leader is the 231 of John Thieke? Or is it Tyke? Thieke. I'm going with Thieke. If I'm wrong, feel free to come up here and correct me. And remember, I like hydration. So you can correct me, hydrate me, and I may or may not pronounce it correctly the rest of the night. There's no guarantees. This is a packed class. Juniors 10 to 13. The next race is going to be Ditch Banger Twins. So we still have the 231. John Thieke coming across the line. The 812 of Bryce Powers convincingly just came from third to second. That finish line jump, and with the pace that he's carrying, he might even make his way up to first. It's hard to say. Seems to have some good lines. right, green flag flying still. This is race number 19. These are juniors, 10 to 13 years old. Once again, folks, feel free to come on back to ERX Motor Park tomorrow. We're going to have another edition of the Sunday Funday. So the racing will be tomorrow morning until about roughly 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow night. The white flag is flying right now for the 852 or 952. What was that of Jackson Rath that came across? The 621 of Diedrich Shawan. The next time around, the checkered flag, here it is, flying for the 231 buggy of John Thike, I'm going to go with. Second place sled is the 812 of Bryce Powers out of Big Lake, Minnesota, brought to you by Professional Mechanical Bikeman KR2 Designs. And the 952 Little Showboating by Jackson Rath out of Elko New Market. That's how they finished in the junior 10 to 13. Another class that's near and dear to my heart, the Ditch Banger Twins. They're up next. So we're going to let the last few 10 to 13-year-old riders come across the line, get these Ditch Bangers out there. We're going to have the 228 of Sean Ellis out of North Branch, Minnesota, brought to you by Fratellone Racing, Frador Inc., Iran Sport Graphics. The 303 of Cage Renard, they've gone green out of North Branch, Minnesota. The 318 of Logan Fratellone. The 490 of Jack Roggenkamp, your youngest rider out there at 13 years old, out of Stacy, Minnesota. The 716, the other half of the Mexican connection, Jory Cortez out of Zimmerman, Minnesota. The 731 of Jagger Cortez out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, which means there's nobody in the taco truck, not at this moment. So the 731 of Jagger currently in the lead. And we also have on the track the 771 of Jason Bagentoss. It looks like we have Bagentoss is off. He was just checking the finish line jump. There was some people concerned about the takeoff angle, and it looks like Bagentoss just kind of confirmed it's to his liking, so now he's going to continue to do laps. So back up and running he is. The flag is still green. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Bagentoss didn't like that. He pulled off the track. He's like, I've had enough of this. Jagger Cortez comes across in first, doing a great job riding there. It looks like Cage Renard in second place. He's got a little work to do to catch him. If he can hold on to that buggy, it seems to have plenty of motor. Still Jagger Cortez, Cage Renard. And up next, we're going to have Junior Open. You should be on the line. And in staging, Junior Ditch Banger. That will be race number 22. So right now on the track, race number 20 in the first half of our night here at ERX Motor Park. And these are Ditch Banger Twins. So once again, folks, this is just a preview of what you're going to see in just a few weeks here for the Ditch Banger National. A lot of these riders are out here for the Sunday Funday, just trying to get their laps in and make sure the sleds are ready to go. Currently, the 731 to Jagger Cortez and Cage Renard. They both seem pretty happy with the way those sleds are running. So it's a matter of just keep cutting the laps, preserve the equipment a little bit. But you got plenty of time, and you know what? It's just money. You can always fix them if you break them. Not a big deal. They build new parts every day. Oh, wait a minute. Not for these. They don't. Nope, but you can buy parts. It's always a good idea in the ditch banger class, you know, you got to have a couple, 2, 3 of these things laying around that you can hobcobble parts from. The white flag flying for Jagger Cortez, one half of the Mexican Connection team that brought the taco truck out, funded by Dad. And the 303 of Cage Renard in second from Fratelloni Racing. The 490 of Jack Roggenkamp coming across the line, your youngest rider out there on the track. And the checkered flag flying for Jagger Cortez on the 731. He's skidooing, eh? And then we got the 303 of Cage Renard coming across the line, followed by the 318 of Logan Fratelloni out of Ennis Heights. So this is going to be race number 21 once we get the track there. These are going to be Junior Open. The 29 of Talon Goebel out of Baxter, Minnesota. We're going to have the 505 of Connor Clement out of Pelican Rapids. The 526 of Briar Schaefer out of Armenia, North Dakota. The 717 of Noah Naffey out of Crookston. 4 riders. Everybody but one will be a podium finisher, okay? So this is going to be the Junior Open class. All right, they have gone green. Junior Open class. This is our 21st race in the first half of the night. Folks, feel free to come on into the Motor Park Chalet. Make sure to get yourself something to drink. Otherwise, you can head outside. We got a food truck out there. Go get yourself something to eat. Step out in front of the chalet. We got bonfires rolling. Keep yourself warm, hydrated, and well fed. As you see, what appears to be the 505 of Connor Clement out of Pelican Rapids. He's sponsored by Olaf Anderson, United Rentals, and Arnson Home Solutions. That is your current leader. Just want to give everybody a big thank you for coming out here tonight. This Sunday fun day here at ERX Motor Park. Want to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Couldn't do it without you. Fox Racing, CNA Pro Skis, running order still. It looks like we got that 505 of Connor out front, but that Talon Goebel may have just went ripping by. So all it takes is one mishap in a corner. This class is fast and fierce. 15, 17, and 18-year-olds out there. So Talon is in the lead now. The 505 of Connor Clement in second, and the 526 of Briar Schaefer in third. So Briar Schaefer Talon Goebel out of Baxter, Minnesota. Your current leader. His sponsors are Digital Inc., the Miller Group, Edina Realty, Vision Electric, Monahan Marine, H&H Masonry, High Tech Construction, and Patriot Roofing. He has got one hell of a pace going, and this time around, Talon is going to see the white flag with 1 to go in the 505 of Connor Clement in second, followed by Briar Schaefer in third. Checkered flag flying. Boy, it came right down to that last jump. That was a great race. Great race. Talon Goebel taking that one. But it came dang close, with Connor was coming right up on him at the finish there. Which is going to bring us into Junior Ditch Banger, 10 to 13. This is going to be a stacked class here, too. Race number 22. We have the number 3 of Oliver Lawson out of Ramsey, Minnesota. The 207 out of Avery Kisner out of Monticello. They have gone green. The 363 of Ben Harris out of Champlin. The 454 of Jack Harris out of Champlin. The 525 of Julia Olson out of Montevideo. And the 711 of Connor Peterson out of Foreston, Minnesota. These are juniors. There's anywhere from 10 to 13-year-olds on the Ditch Bangers. More riser, more prep. And it looks like, I think that was Avery Kisner. 207 on a cat that's in the lead. And it looks like the 521 of Julia Olson out of Montevideo, brought to you by Olson Plumbing and Heating of Montevideo. Kind of shuffled her way up into first. So Julia is 13 years old. Got that Polaris all in front. This is your Ditch Banger, 10 to 13-year-olds, and up next we're going to have a transition, 8 to 12. So that is going to be a combined heat, and we have 2 heats of those transitions. So still that 521 sled of Julie Olson, she's out front. With the 207 of Avery Kisner out of Monticello, Minnesota running second. The third place is the 711 of Connor Peterson out of Foreston. So Julie Olson still your leader, the 521 sled out of Montevideo. She's got some competition though, as that cat came right up alongside of her. That was Avery Kisner. All right, so what they do, that's the leader. Julia just had a bit of a competition coming up from the back there. And they're coming around, so let's see. They're not done figuring this out. Remember, folks, they're doing 6 laps. So it gives them plenty of time to watch the other riders and see if you can't figure it out. Find another way by them. And the track's now getting a bit chewed up, but I will say, considering this is the man-made snow, it's amazing how well the track has held up tonight. You know, we get into some softer conditions, the track can get really chewed up quick. All right, white flag flying this time around. That's the 521. The battle is still between Julia and Avery Kistner. Julia got shuffled back. She's trying to come on the inside here, but they got a lapped rider. That can sometimes change the game. This is Junior 10 to 13. Junior Ditch Banger up next. We're going to go to a transition class. We got a couple of buggies off over there. We get a yellow flag flying. Looks like they got them upright. Checkered flag flying. It looks like the 207 of Avery Kistner took it. There's the 521 of Julie Olson coming across the line. All right, we got now the next race coming up. We're going to let these last few riders come across the line. We're going to have a big heat. Transition 8 to 12. We're going to have the 15X of Liv Schmitz out of Barnesville on a cat. We're going to have the 114 of Sadie Berry out of Chatfield. The 156 of Caleb Polhill. The 402 of Brenna Hauk out of Bertram, Minnesota. The 621 of Diedrich Schwann out of Boxteller, South Dakota. The 713 of Regan Trafford out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. The 812 of Benice Stinky out of Chatfield. The 855 of Isaac Otto. And the 973 of White and Stress out of Elko, New Market. This is a transition class, 8 to 12-year-olds out there. And this will just be first heat, so there's a lot of 8 to 12-year-olds. We love to see this here at ERX Motor Park. This is what we're fostering here when we have Sunday Fundays. Get them out here and get in the laps. A lot of the races they'll do here for other events are only 3 lap. You'll see what we're doing here at the Sunday Fundays is 6 lap races. The brainchild behind this, Joe Duncan, what he was thinking was more time on the track. And the more time you get on the track, the more comfortable the riders get, more experience. What would be a better plan than more experience? So they have gone green. This is your first heat of transition. Remember, you have anywhere from 8 to 12-year-olds out there right now cutting laps. Riders from as far away as Thunder Bay, Ontario, and Box Elder, South Dakota. Isaac Otto out of Brainerd, Minnesota is your early leader. Isaac seemed to get a good start. Just, once again, that's a great place to be in snowcross. When you get out front right away, you have a clear track. You don't have to deal with snow dust. You don't have to worry about your line. You just ride the line you want. Second place rider is the 812 of Bernice Tyke? I'm not sure. I'm just kind of making it up as I go. And it looks like that rider in third. I didn't quite see the number on that one. But still, you have Isaac Otto in the lead. Next time around here, it should be lap number 3. I should be able to get that number off that third place sled, which is actually closing in on second. So there it goes. 612, and it looks like the 163. I didn't see that. All right, is that green flag still flying? We are in the transition 8 to 12. Remember, this is the first heat. We're going to have another heat of the transition 8 to 12 coming up next. These riders anywhere from 8 to 12 years old. Now they're going to be coming around. Next time around, there is the white flag flying for them. Meaning next time around, they will see that checkered. The beautiful part is they know they're going to groom the track and they get to go out there and try it again. 6 more laps. And you'll also notice, folks, some of these names, I'm calling them out multiple times throughout the night. There's many of these riders that are entering multiple classes. Once again, feeding into the whole point of a Sunday Funday is to get out here and get as much track time as you possibly can. So there goes our checkered flag flying. And it looks like the 855 of Isaac Otto was your winner right there in that first heat of 8 to 12-year-olds. In the transition, 8 to 12. So that means on the line, we've got the second heat. We're going to have number 4 of Knox Holzer, 68X, Varian Penyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. 100 of Gabrick Guyan of Maple Lake, Minnesota. 231 of John Tyke out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 311 of Peyton Weisbrod out of Elk River, Minnesota. The 519 of Mason Ryan out of Armenia, North Dakota. The 814 of Ira Hassler out of Fairville, Minnesota. The 824 of Brecken Peterson out of Anoka. And the 952 of Jackson Raff. They have gone green. This is the transition 8 to 12 class. Next up is going to be another one near and dear to my heart, the Ditch Banger, 1990 to 99. So you guys should be on the line following plugs and, well, hopefully blowing belts, but we'll see if we get there. Looks like the 952 of Jackson Raff is your early leader here in the transition 8 to 12. But he's got a little competition behind him. All right, they're coming across the line still. Jackson Raff in the lead. But he just got shuffled back to second there. Good pass was put in place. Boy, once he got a little breathing room there, he's convincingly kind of pulling away. I think is that the 231? It's hard to say. I can't read that number very well. I want to give a big thank you to everybody coming out here tonight to ERX Motor Park for another wonderful evening of racing. The Sunday Fun Days is an awesome concept to get more track time, get people out here. You know, it's always great to see everyone just hanging out by the bonfires, having a few beverages, having something to eat. And you know what? It's the spirit of snowmobiling that brings us all together. So regardless of a winter like this, which is probably one of the worst I can remember in my life, and I've been alive for quite a while. It's great to have a place like ERX Motor Park to come out, and the thoughts and actions of Joe Duncan to put together Sunday Fundays to bring everybody together at a place like ERX, so many people have the opportunity to come out here and have a good time and socialize, get some laps in on their sleds, hone their skill, and you know, it's winter in Minnesota, so we're not all getting to do our usual winter things, but we're still out here having fun. So thank you to everybody that came out. And we want to make sure, tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody you know about ERX Motor Park and the Sunday Funday and the good time that you had. Get them off the couch to come out here and have some fun with you. So, white flags flying. Yeah, and that was the winner right there. That was the 231 of John Fakey out of Chatfield, Minnesota. Second place is Jackson Rath, followed by the 68X out of Arion Kenyon. So they have, that was your top three in Heat 2, Transition 8 to 12, which is going to put us into our 25th race. This is just the first half of the evening, folks, so don't think the show is almost over. No, 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 no. There's plenty more hydrating you can do. Make sure your solo announcer's hydrated too, because what we're about to do is go ditch banger, 1990 to 99. They've gone green. We have the 27 of Jesse Weike, the 32 of Nash Unzi, the 71 of Brett Molzoff, the 98 of Ben Meyer, the 123 of Isaac Peterson, the 244 of Jack Letrenault, the 318 of Logan Fredalone, and the 392 of Dylan Burning. They have gone green. Woo, we got one buggy that looks like it was shot out of a cannon out front. Running just a little ragged. That looks like, yeah. All right, we are still green flag racing in the 1990 to 99 ditch banger. 20-plus-year-old sleds right here. I love it. They're all just hoping they can finish, because up next is the Heat 2 of the ditch banger. And then we're going to move into one of my all-time favorite ditch banger triples. I mean, a lot of those are just hoping they can make it. All right, so your early leader just came across the line. I didn't quite catch the number on that buggy. I will say it's running great, and I'm going to throw it out there that he's running maybe, is that a 133? I'm just going to throw it out there. That skid looked a little bit longer. I think I might be right. That's your leader coming across the line right now. Yep, it is. That's either a 133 or a 136. All right, folks, and what you're seeing right here is a preview. Once again, it sounds like a broken record, but you can see it on the banner right there in front of you, February 24th, the Ditch Banger National. Everything you see right out here in front of you on the track right now is the stuff you're going to see at the Ditch Banger National. If you get on the old marketplace, the Craigslist, I don't care what you want to use, the want ads, anything, you're going to see these buggies available for sale, right? Go find one, get it running, bring it out here. The Ditch Banger National, you can come on out and have some fun and cut some laps. Just like these guys are. You can be a hero. The white flag's flying. And the next time around, you will see that checkered. So I think if I saw that right, that was Jesse Wyke that actually took the win there. All right, we've gone green in the second round at Ditch Banger. Oh, boy, folks, this is a good one. Race number 26, Ditch Banger. We got Brandon Molzoff, Aaron Patton, the 83 of Chris Spicer, the 102 of Nick Burning, out of Albertville, Minnesota, the 198 of Brecken Bishop, 228 of Sean Ellis, the 258 of Tyler Olson, and the 523 of Ryan Pellet out of Saginaw, Minnesota. Looks like your early leader is the 77 of Aaron Patton, followed by the 623 of Mike Pellet out of Saginaw, Minnesota. Once again, Ditch Banger, 1999 to 1990. And up next, oh boy, folks, trust me, you're going to want to freshen up your beverage and get something to eat because we got some fun ones coming up next. Who wouldn't want to be a Ditch Banger on a triple? Oh, yeah, that's what's up next. Ditch Banger triples, because that's what they were originally designed for. And then the two-up race, because, yeah, who doesn't want to race two-up? So, all right, so the green flag's still flying. And we still have Ditch Bangers out there laying it down. Oh boy, Ditch Bangers, Ditch Bangers. I'm happy to see we still have all the headlights working. I see a flickering tail. Oh, I lied. There's a headlight and taillight flickering on a cat. There's got to be a piston skirt that's about to break off at any moment somewhere in the field. Potentially a bulkhead that has yielded from its factory spec. And still, the 77, Aaron Patton out of Cedar, Minnesota, just pitching it over the finish line. All right, looks like that white flag's flying, so this is going to be ditch banger, heat number 2. Next time around, if the crankshaft can make it, your leader is going to see the checkered flag. I shouldn't say that because it's probably the crank's going to make it. It's based on the track. I'm worried more about front torque arms and shots giving up. But I mean, that would never happen. The sleds have made it this far, so I'm sure they're fine. The 77 of Aaron Patton out of Cedar, Minnesota, coming across the line first. Looks like he was riding a kind of a Pro X looking type of dealio. A Gen 2 right here, that would be the 228. Thank you, Arlen. All right, we got fresh cocktails. We're ready to roll now. And we have gone green in the triple ditch banger class. Because if you're going to bang ditches, you're going to want a triple. You know why? Because if one of those cylinders gives up, which is all that, more common than not with a triple, you still got 2 others. So you're fine. There's nothing to worry about. So we have the 068 of Peyton Smith. First one across the line is the 068 of Peyton Smith. Then it looks like the 163 of Alex Gillespie. We also have the 96X of Brighton Summer, the 163 of Alex Gillespie, the 301 of Jack Mackey, the 321 of David Olson, and the 717 of Joe Becker. This is going to be ditch banger triples, but in staging, we need all the 2-ups. In staging, all the 2-ups. If you ever wanted to ride 2-up, heck, folks, if you wanted to just go race tonight, head over there. I'm sure they're always looking for a passenger because nobody wants to drive in the 2-up. You just want to sit on the back, have a good time, enjoy the view, maybe take some selfies. The 068 and the 163, so it's still Peyton Smith and Alex Gillespie. Boy, these triples. You can really see the way the triples, I'd like to say impact the face of the jumps, but it's more like auger in. It's almost like a grooming mission. Not to mention when I see an extra 12 skid out there, considering its falling rate, the worst possible combination for a snowcross track, and a triple, 2 negatives make a positive, so that's got to be the right thing to do. Maybe triple pipes would add to that, just to say, you know what else I need? More power. Probably a paddle, 1.5-inch paddle, extra 12, triple. Because, actually I know it's a myth that the lighter weight wins out. If you had a triple, the ballast from the lower center of gravity, because the sled fails to get any higher, because it's been pummeled into submission over 25 years of use, would actually be a handling advantage. Now the rider, on the other hand, getting arm pumped by corner 5 is not going to be a handling advantage, but you can figure that out at a later date. All right, so it looks like our flagger is going to be reaching for the white flag. And trust me, if you're riding a triple around a snowcross track right now, you're happy, beyond happy to see the white flag flying. Hoping both the motor, the belt, and your forearms can handle one more lap. But it is a battle between the 068 of Peyton Smith and the 163 of Alex Gillespie. Checkered flag. Look at that. They came across the line. I think that might have been the 163 of Alex Gillespie. I don't know. That was a tough one to call. Which now, folks, you're going to want to make sure, now that the liquid courage has kicked in, you're going to want to make it out here to see this. Not only would be riding a triple around a snowcross track be ill-advised, unless, of course, it was an extra 12 triple, which is a great combination. The next worst thing you could ever possibly do is say, hey, let's go 2-up and race a snowcross. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm sure no liquid courage was involved with coming up with that concoction. But, needless to say, we have got 4, I guess that would be 8, brave souls that decided this was a great idea tonight. That would be the number 3 buggy of Oliver Lawson out of Ramsey, Minnesota, sponsored by High 10 Service, Coon Rapids, Minnesota. The 77 of Aaron Patton out of Cedar, Minnesota, sponsored by Patton Heating and Air. And it's a bit of a family battle because the 95 of Chase Patton out of Cedar, Minnesota, also sponsored by Patton Heating and Air. And the 123 of Isaac Peterson out of Spicer, Minnesota. And boy, did he bring a whole host of sponsors. Bikeman Performance, Jimmy, Polaris, FXR, Wix Meat Shop, Reshatar Systems, Inc., Peterson Farms, Wix Meat Shop again. That must be the double sponsorship. And NRG Auto and Repair. All right, so let's say I have 4 people on my sheet, meaning there should be 8 riders because it's a 2-up race. See, I'm pretty good with math. See how I did that? Pretty good. But there's more than 4 sleds out there. This is always going to be fun. What could possibly go wrong? I don't know. Track's clear. And the best part is if you're going to run the 2-up race, run it when the track is in its worst condition to ensure the best spectator outcome. Now, I will say, folks, watch the finish line jump because in the past we have had riders lacking enough self-discipline to not just huck it off the finish line jump. I have photos of a sled 2-up about 5 or 6 feet in the air on the finish line jump because why wouldn't you? You know, you just turn the rear shock up a little stiffer, it'll be fine. Ah, that was pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. Actually, that sled in second, I'll give them credit because that's 2 kids. That is 2 youngsters on that buggy. So they're not nearly as impacted by the high center of gravity. Looks like they're throwing red flag, bringing all the 2-ups back to the starting line, switching. Now the passenger gets to drive, and then you get to go again. Because why not? So some of them use a strategy here, and the strategy is have the less experienced rider on the back at first to let the more experienced rider get further out front and then switch. Other ones decide, no, we're going to put 2 experienced riders on here and we're going to go out and just try to cut laps and win this thing, because who doesn't want to do a snowcross 2-up? I mean, yeah. And right now the 29 buggy still ripping, but it looks like a rather younger rider out there with his first taste of power. Just figuring out like where you should and shouldn't use it, which is always a good thing to watch. I think next time around they will see the checkered flag. So give it up, folks. We want to give a big round of applause when they come across the line, because this is a 2-up race. And for all y'all standing by a fire enjoying yourself some icy cold barley pops, this might be a race you want to get involved with next time out, because what could be more fun than a Saturday night riding 2-up around a snowcross track? Give it up. There's your winner, the 123, followed by the 100. So that would be Isaac Peterson that took that. And what we're going to do now is you'll see the groomer rolling on out. So we will cut to an intermission. I will get myself an icy cold beverage and quit flapping my gums. I just want to give a big thank you to everybody coming out here to ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday. We are just through the first half of the entertainment here tonight. We're going to touch up the track, get it all perfect, get everybody back out there racing for the second half of our evening. So make sure you come on into the Motor Park Chalet, get yourself something to drink, head out to the food trucks, grab something to eat. We'll stoke up the fires and make sure it's warm for you to get back out here, and we'll get into the second half of our evening. Thank you for coming on out here at ERX Motor Park and Sunday Funday.
We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years.
Get it all
we know this industry.
Get everybody back out there racing for the second half of our evening. So make sure you come on into the Motor Park Chalet, get yourself something to drink, head out to the food trucks, grab something to eat.
Small businesses are pillars of the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system,
my two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. and that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously. It is very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was gonna be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you need to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The company that actually cares about the American small business owner.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code SHIPIT and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
saw it coming. I couldn't read the signs. I don't know why I let you in this time. I must be blind. I guess I couldn't trust you, 'cause all you did was lie. Oh no, I have to keep you off my mind. 'Cause of you, I'm wired up. I don't want you, it's time for you to go. Oh, you, I had enough. I don't want you, it's time for you to go. I never saw it coming. I couldn't read the signs. I don't know why I let you in this time. I must be blind. I guess I couldn't trust you, 'cause all you did was lie. Oh no, I have to keep you off my mind. 'Cause of you, I'm wired up. I don't want you, it's time for you to go. Oh, you, I had enough. I don't want you, it's time for you to go.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously. It is very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was gonna be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
31. Tiki. Forget the H's.
Okay.
The signs. I don't know why I left you in this time. I
those Pro 206s to the line. You guys are the first ones up. But all the 120s and 200s, you're going to need to be in staging and be ready to go, because you're going to be coming up very shortly. So all racers, Pro 206, 120s, make sure you're in staging and ready to go. And what we're going to do is something a little special. I'm going to rope in somebody else in the announcing booth, probably newer to snowmobile racing, but definitely not new to either real estate or the snowmobile industry, Jennifer Gunnarsson.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight, Jennifer?
Great. This is a great night.
Well, we are out here racing at ERX, and what do you think? You have not been experienced a lot in snowmobile racing, but you were raised snowmobiling, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so what's your first memory of snowmobiling?
Good old Yamaha back in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, what were you doing? Like, in the backyard? Were you ditch banging?
I remember being in a plastic sled behind my grandparents.
Okay.
Going over water.
Because that was the safe thing to do back in the day, right? You would have a plastic sled, you know, not a rigid hitch, but a rope behind a snowmobile. Probably not head protection.
None.
A hat, because you had to be warm.
Absolutely.
Getting towed around by grandma and grandpa. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when you think about snowmobiling and how it started, that is what it was, right? You had an over-the-snow vehicle, and the farmers were using it to get from the Johnson's property over to the Andersons to maybe have, you know, a beverage and just talk about what was going on. But it broke up the winter.
Absolutely.
And it was a different time. But I, too, was raised riding around in the backyard on a Ski Rule S400. And that was my playground, right? I didn't need a big area. And then as you progress years and years on and the machines got better, the playground gets bigger too. Absolutely. I want to go further. I want to go farther. You know, at the end of the day, you can go all the way right to the border. And I've explained that. You know, I travel quite a bit for work. And when you explain to people that I can leave from my backyard and ride to the Canadian border on a snowmobile, they're baffled. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, there's over 20,000 miles of snowmobile trails in Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Like, you can... Not maybe this year.
Not this year.
But on a typical year, yeah, you can go a long ways. I mean, let's just throw that out there. What's the furthest distance you've ridden in one day on a snowmobile?
You should answer that.
No, I'm asking you.
Not far.
Not far. Because from right here in Minnesota, right up in Becker, we have the one and only world record holder who has been here multiple times at ERX Motor Park. World record holder for distance by one person on one snowmobile in a 24-hour period, Willie Ewing, 2,125 miles in 24 hours.
Oofta.
That's a long ways on a snowmobile in that time period.
That it is. How about you?
The longest day I've ever done was about 425 miles, and that's chump change compared to what the people in the Iron Dog do. That's just a day, right? That's a day. Back to back to back to back in the Iron Dogs. So I know last weekend we watched it on TV, the Sioux I-500.
Yep.
Up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, won by the Bunky team. Aaron Christensen's the one that came across the line first for that.
Mm-hmm.
Seventh time Aaron Christensen's been the winner or on a winning team with Bunky Racing this year. So there's another iconic event in snowmobile racing, the Sioux I-500. That was last weekend. With that being said, folks, speaking of racing, let's get all the sleds ready. We're going to get those 206s. We need you guys to be in staging and ready because the flaggers are going to hit the track and we're going to get you guys up to the line. And that means if the 206s are getting to the line, we're going to need the 120 stock. 120 stock, your race 2. We're going to need you in staging and ready to go. a lot of these classes, I'm going to have help from Jen Gunnarsson right up here in the announcing booth. She's going to help me announce this, but we're going to get out there and get the 206s going. So that being said, you rode Yamahas, you rode around on the local farm behind Grandma and Grandpa, pulling you around on sleds.
Mm-hmm.
First racing experience you've ever seen on a snowmobile? Was it TV? What was the first thing you ever saw for racing? Maybe drag racing?
Drag racing, yes.
Where at?
Brainerd.
Brainerd? Asphalt drags.
Correct.
So you were up there for the NHRA
Yes.
car races.
Yes.
And saw snowmobiles asphalt racing.
Yes. That
You know
was
what?
my first time.
And what'd you think of it?
Craziness.
Really?
Yes, snowmobiles on asphalt.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I will say for snowmobiling, that's probably one of the newer advancements in snowmobiling.
Sure.
Would be the asphalt racing. And it's really changed when you get into the big turbo sleds and stuff, because even on the grass, I don't know if I saw it this year at Heydays, but I know the last one I saw was over 152 miles an hour and 500 feet. And,
It's
you know,
crazy.
as you know from riding motorcycles on Tuesday, I may or may not like a little speed.
You like a lot of speed.
I do, but seeing those grass drag sleds go that fast in 500 feet, something I don't know that I would quite want to do. That's a bit sketchy.
It's a little bit sketchy.
But God bless them for doing it, because it's
fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. I mean, I swear, when they come across the finish line, I swear there's still dirt landing at the starting line.
Yes.
I mean, it's amazing. So
Look how nice that track is looking out there.
yeah, our groomer operators here, you know what? ERX Motor Park, second to none in terms of putting together one of the longest and widest tracks in snowcross. And this year, I mean, with the conditions we're given, it's amazing what they've been able to do. So our flaggers are out there. We got 5 on the line. Looks like the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer out of Malacca, the 25K of Cashton Nelson, the 33 of Lydia Judnick, the 37 of Nixon Judnick, the 55 of Zane Thones, the 585 of Blake Hool, and the 929 of Walter Stracy? They've gone green. Jen, you take it.
Here they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at, he's way out front.
White flag flying
Here
as
we
they
go.
come around. I believe that's the 585 of Blake Hool. Now these are the Pro 206s. So with a lot of these first races, I want you racers to be listening up, because we're going to be getting you guys lined up rapid fire. So the 120 stock, you need to be in on the line. And the 200 stock 9 to 12s, heat 1 and 2, you need to be in staging. 200 stock 9 to 12, you need to be in staging. Checkered flags flying for the Pro 206. And that would be the 585 of Blake Hool, followed by the 929 of Walter Strace.
Yep.
All right, race number 2 should be on the line. Jen, who are the riders in race number 2?
Race number 2, number 5, Colton.
I don't know. I can't pronounce that.
5X is Easton Green from Pelican Rapids. 25B is Bowden Nelson from Foley, Minnesota. 100 is Cash Johnson from Brooklyn Park. 222, Jordy Oofty doofty. How do you say that one? Toboggan.
Aganooski.
There we go. 623, Mackenzie Rambo from Lakeville. And 905 is Willow Abram from Norwood, Young America. All right.
And this is the 120 stock. 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6, 7, and there's actually, I said this before, I'll say it again, there's even claimed to be a 2-year-old out there.
Bowden.
All right, so this is 120 stock. You know what that means? That in staging, third race of the night should be 200 stock. You should be ready in stage. And I see that the team here at ERX is on their game. Look at that. They've already got them staged. They're lining them up. So I don't know, Jennifer, if you've ever seen what it's like to herd cats. But that's kind of what it's like with all the kids. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I don't want this to sound wrong. We love having the kids out here because this right now, what you are seeing on the track is the future of
Here's future
snowcross.
riders. Yep.
So get them out here. Get them hooked. You know, many nights we see them just running back and forth in front of the chalet here, and they're just playing with each other, and like they're creating lifelong friends through racing at Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park. And that's what it's about.
Absolutely.
Many of these same kids will be out here tomorrow after thrashing the local hotel here in town and coming back tomorrow to line up and do it again.
All right.
White flag flying for the 223. 222?
222 is Jordy.
Jordy on the number 5X.
Easton Green.
On the 623.
Mackenzie Rambo.
I don't know. I just put myself. Number one, I never had a sled like this. So when I started, I was 10 years old on a Ski Rule S400. So I never got to have one of these sleds, but I look at these kids and just try to envision what's going through their mind that on a Saturday night, mom and dad brought them out to a racetrack and they got to ride their snowmobile around a racetrack.
How awesome is that?
So you think when they go back to school, well, some of them are so young, you know, they're barely in school, but you know, you have show and tell. I remember having show and tell in school, and show and tell comes, they're like, what did you do this weekend? Oh, I rode my snowmobile at a racetrack.
Checkered flag.
And who's that?
222. Jordy.
Jordy Iganaskowski.
Number 5 is
And the 623.
Mackenzie Rambo.
All right, we are going to line up the next group who's going to go, and we are going to be on to the stock 200s. A couple of them got a little, you know, frisky on the throttle. That's it. They jumped the gun. We're going to send them back to the trailer. They're done for the night. All right, I'm just kidding, folks. Stock 200. They are up 9 to 12-year-olds. We're going to have the 18 of Jace Jeske, the 33 of Lila Judnick. 62 of Daxton J, the 68E of Evan Teisel. The 114 is Sadie Berry, the 153 of Liam Pohil, the Leah Pellet on the 311. The J.C. Carlson on the 708, the 729 of Charlie Olson, and the 881 of Presley Bagentoss. They have gone green in the stock 9 to 12.
Oh, rider down.
Looks like we got one buggy, one rider off. Yep, running back. The beauty of this class is, you know, they can get the tether on, but they might not be able to pull start it themselves. See? Yeah. They can get over there, get the tether on. Yep, now someone has to pull it. Oh, the light lit up.
Lights on.
And some of these are electric start too, so you know what, they're good. That would be the number 62 of Daxton J coming across the line first. And I didn't quite catch that. Was that a 68E of Evan Theisel out of Elizabeth? All right. So what we got going. All right, so we're going to have lined up, we're going to have heat number 2. It's going to be 9 to 12-year-olds. Once again, heat number 2. We're going to have the 22 of Cody Kranz, the 222 of Jordy Eigenanewski, the 388 of Evan Bowerly, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 535 of Mason Doffing, the 545 of Hendrik De Bruin, 585 of Blake Cool, the 707 of Easton Norman, the 939 of Everett Storley, and the 999 of Morgan Ruck. They have gone green. And this is, once again, heat number 2. All right. All right, so here we are, heat number 2 of the stock 9 to 12-year-olds. Stock 200, white flags flying, your leader 939 of Evan Storley. Which means in staging, we're going to have race number 5, which is going to be the junior girls. You need to be in staging, and it looks like, once again, the team here at ERX Motor Park, they are on their game. They have everybody lined up and ready to go. All right, Jen. We got the checkered flag.
Little hand pump there.
Oh, yeah. That's the 939 of Everett Storley. So as somebody that's trail ridden snowmobiles, recently purchased some nice new snowmobiles, I have to ask, Jen, would you come out here and race snowcross?
You know, after watching these kids, I would love to come try it.
All right. How about, would you get your kids out here to do it?
Absolutely.
You would?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, right now we have race number 5, and these are the junior girls. We have the 114 of Sadie Berry, the 311 of Leah Paulette, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, and the 801 of Emily Rogenkamp, and the 881 of Presley Bagentoss. So just a little history there. Rogenkamps are actually lumberjacks. They're Russian. The entire Rogenkamp family came from Russia. They immigrated to America, and they are lumberjacks. Well, what happened is they teamed up with the Bagentoss family, who created the game we know as cornhole.
You are too
So
much.
they use the lumber that the Bagentosses produce. I mean, it's the whole, that's where the sponsorship comes from.
Just stick to this.
And that means race number 6 is next. I get the feeling Jenny doesn't believe what I'm telling her. This is an educational moment. You know, if any one of the Baggin Tosses or the Roggen Camps want to come up here and confirm my story.
Confirm your story.
Feel free, but make sure that when you do come up, hydration is key, okay? Because sometimes the announcers, that's why I had to bring Jenny into the mix, because I'm getting dehydrated up here.
Little
And
dehydrated.
tomorrow's going to be a long day at the Sunday Funday. So, race number 5, right now we have the junior girls coming around to see the checkered flag. And your winner, yes, it's that number again. 708 was second place buggy, J.C. Carlson.
That 311 is a good number to see.
Yeah. Some of them are really easy to see, some of them not so much. And your eyes aren't as old as mine. But now we are on to the 200 stock. These are a packed class. Why don't you run down those names?
All right. Number 10, Brantley Lambrecht from Maple Lake. 22 is Rocky Payne from Elk River. 37 is Nixon from Hermantown, Minnesota. 62 is Dylan J. Lindstrom, Minnesota. 99 Easton Greer from Buffalo. 153 Liam Pohill. 311 Levi Murtha. 320 Jackson Bauer. 517 Noah Abram. 524 Michael Rambo. 738 is Edison Cook. And 999 is Parker Ruck.
Ruck.
Ruck from Becker.
What the ruck? White flag. Looks like the 524's up front.
Michael.
Followed by the 62.
62 Dylan J.
All right, up next, we're going to have the second heat of Stock 200. They are all on the line, Stock 200. Which means in staging, you're going to need to be ready. Is going to be the 120 Open / Champs and the 200 Open. You need to be in staging because you guys are coming up. The checkered flag will be flying right here in the Stock 200. There it was, the 524.
Michael Rambo.
Michael Rambo. You know, Jen,
Yes.
for the #1 realtor in the United States of America who's never done announcing at a snowmobile race before, I'm quite blown away.
Are you?
I am.
Wow.
You do a great job.
This is fun. Here they go. Got the green.
This is fun. This is the stock 200, 4 to 8. This is anywhere, no, it's the second heat, but looks like anywhere from, I'm seeing 5, 7, and 8-year-olds. 1 6-year-old. We're covering, you know, multiple demographics here in terms of age. Or not. Just want to give a big thank you to everybody coming out here to ERX Motor Park tonight for the Sunday Funday. I'd be willing to bet a lot of you will be here tomorrow for the Sunday Funday. So tomorrow should be another beautiful day just like this. The track will be groomed just as perfect as it is right now. And we're also going to have, looks like Liam Peterson's in the lead right now, seeing that white flag, knowing that Liam can hold it. He's going to win this one.
Oop.
You know, something else I know that you're used to, Jen, is not only did you have snowmobiles as a kid, but you were also used to more of an equestrian lifestyle.
Different horsepower.
Different horsepower.
Yes.
Yeah. Horsepower may be a little more in line with what you're seeing now versus what we're going to see.
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The four-legged kind.
Right. Checkered flag flying for the 23 of Liam Peterson. And the 910 of Henrik Storley in second.
And they're off.
We have gone green. Why don't you give us the names?
All right, number 22, Nixon Jednick from Hermantown. 999, Parker Ruck from Becker. 311, Levi Murtha from Andover. 320, Jackson Bauer from Menominee. 545, Hendrik DeBrun. And 989, Tyler Custudio.
Custudio? Studio.
Wrong. Okay.
Is that what it was?
No.
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 Okay. Just trying.
Yeah. All right, here they come. Hear that?
That would be a mod 120 champ. I think that's Parker Ruck in the front. Now you'll see Parker's riding style. Stands up a lot. Yep. Really, you see the hips working. Parker keeps the feet forward and works the hips forward and back depending on where the traction's needed. You need to keep the nose down. You need the traction on the rear. Parker seems to have that sled figured out. And Parker will see the checkered flag. Good job. They can put that one in the trailer and just pour more gas in it for tomorrow. Coming across the line in second, it's going to be the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Studio. So now we're on to the 120 improved stock. Why don't you tell us who's racing, Jen?
Look how cute they are out there. 88, Chase Reinhofer. 216, Carter Lang. 517 is Noah Abraham. And 725 is Owen Holada from Malacca.
Whole lot of what?
Holada snowmobiling.
White flag.
I wish I could see the numbers better.
The 88 and the 517. Looks like Noah Abrahamson just went past Chase Reinhofer. And they both saw that white flag, so they know what's coming. You know, I got to tell you, Jen, looking at the ages right now, we have 5, 6, and 7-year-olds out there and an 8-year-old. It's getting near their bedtime.
It's past your bedtime.
Yeah, mom and dad are like, uh-oh, they're going to be crabby in the morning. The beauty of it is they're out riding. They could be doing a lot worse things. Checkered flag flying right there for the 517. That is your winner in the 88. Coming across the line, number 2.
I like that sled.
Yeah, that would be Lang. Which puts us on to the Ditch Bangers, 2000 to 2009. We're going to have the 002 Brecken Bishop, the 4Z of Alex Forsland, the 95 of Chase Patton, the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke. They've gone green. The 198 of Brecken Bishop and the 777 of Jonah Polson. This is a fast and furious class. It was last time. It's going to be again.
there's the white flag. Here's that checkered flag.
Race number 11, about to see the white flag next time around. And because of two people in the announcing booth, one of us, I'd say combined, we have the vision of maybe 35-year-old
Maybe.
that needs glasses. So I'd say we're doing good. That being said, the white flag's flying. That would be the 731, the Mexican Connection, or that would be Jagger Cortez. Meaning that half of the taco truck is unmanned at this point. But Jagger has got, I believe, is that Chase? No, that's Cade Chouinard. Boy, him and Jagger have got one heck of a battle going. And these guys aren't messing around. They're coming for that checkered.
Woo! Woo!
I don't know, folks. Did you see that finish? How about that? Huh? How about that? I don't know if you could trade paint any more than that without... that's just good old-fashioned competition right there. Race number 12. Transition 8 to 10. I'm sure Jen's going to rattle off the numbers there.
All right, 10 is Brantley Lambrecht, 21 is Tanner Thompson, 100 is Gabrick Guyan, 114 is Sadie Berry, 123 Calvin Messler, 707 is Easton Norman, and 999 is Parker Ruck.
And it looks like right now that is Gabrick Guyan, the 9-year-old out there, just crushing it. This is race number 12, which means on the line, Jen. Who's on the line? What's that race?
Transition 8-10, Heat 2.
So that'll be the second half of this. Want to give a big shout out and a thank you to all y'all that came out here tonight to ERX Motor Park for this Sunday fun day. Once again, make sure when you go home, tell your friends, tell your family, heck, tell your neighbor, tell your neighbor's dog. It doesn't even matter. Just get everybody out here. Let them know the fun you're having in winter in Minnesota, in like the worst winter we've ever had. And yet everyone's out here smiling, laughing, enjoying a beverage, enjoying good food, watching snowmobile racing. Like, hello, what else would you rather be doing?
Right?
What I want to be doing is watching the checkered flag fly, because race 12 right now, transition, 8 to 10-year-olds coming around to see the checkered, and I bet you it's going to be the 100 of Gabrick Guyan, who has a convincing lead. Look at this. There it was. Gabrick coming across the line. Who's on the line now, Jen?
On the line is Junior, 14 to 17.
It's green. That looks like we got the 4 of Knox Holzer, the 67X of Chase Kenyon, the 68X of Arian Kenyon, the 156 of Caleb Polhill, the 621 of Diedrich Shawan, 713 of Regan Trafford, and the 812 of Bernice Tiki. I've got it right. I was told Tiki is the last name. I'm pretty happy. That might be the last time I pronounced that correctly. And I didn't get the number. That would be a cat. You know how I know? The green and black. So that narrows it down to 3. White flag flying. This is the transition class. Well, Jen, you've ridden snowmobiles since you were a child.
Yep.
And right now you're looking at children racing around the track. Let's just say, as an adult who's ridden horseback, motorcycles, ATVs, side-by-side snowmobiles, how about we put you out there on the track with these children? How do you think it would go?
I think they would beat my butt. I give these kids credit. They do a great job out there.
They do. And there was a checkered flag flying in the transition 8 to 10 class. But once again, to give them the credit too, they've been racing a long time. Right?
There they go.
So now we're on to the 14 to 17-year-olds with the 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, the 505 of Connor Clement, the 711 of Colton Winter, 712 of Lane Peterson, and the 812 of Bryce Powers. Out there cutting laps, which means the next class is going to be the Springs of Leaf. So right now, it looks like your leader is the 711 of Colton Winter. Colton running a great pace. Picking some good lines. We see him, he comes on the front side of the majestic and very full pumper pond. Going through that rhythm section smoothly, carrying speed. All right, white flag flying for that 711. 712 of Isaac Peterson. I'm sorry, Laney Peterson in second. Just got past. It's amazing, isn't it, to see the speed, the difference in speed.
Yes.
And these are still teenagers. So you have a teenage son who came here tonight, first time at ERX
First time.
watching this.
Yep.
And thinks he wants to go snowcross
Thinks he wants
racing.
to race now.
So the question is, I think maybe we'll bring him out here maybe tomorrow, put him on a buggy, Sunday Funday, and just kind of
See what he can do.
see what he can do. We've gone green. Now this is a mixed class, folks. We're taking leaf springs. Okay, leaf spring sleds, and we're mixing them with juniors. So, what do I see up there? 1, 2, 3 leafers? Nope. Yep. 3 leafers, 2 juniors. Which means the following after that, we're going to be the 98 to 02, 440 to 600 ditch bangers. I got to say, I love this, right? You got more modern sleds with independent front ends out there doing laps with leaf spring sleds. neither one of them would be the ultimate snowcross sled. Okay, let's just admit that. One of them is far better when kept on the ground for controlling it. The other one is marginally better when it's in the air than that, but has more power and more weight.
It's a white flag.
So we got a, looks like what, a ZR in the lead. In third place is a 10-year-old on an Enticer 250 sponsored by Deja Vu. I mean, that's winning. As far as I'm concerned, he already won. But that's what it's all about, folks. The Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park is all about exactly what you're seeing in front of you. A whole mixed bag of sleds on the track, a whole mixed bag of ages of riders.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Everybody out here just cutting laps, having a good time, and hopefully coming back tomorrow to do it again. All right, so now we're going to have, once again, more ditch bangers. Jen, why don't you rattle off who these people are going to be?
All right. 068, Peyton Smith. 83, Chris Spicer. 117, Jesse.
Yes, Wakey.
153, Colton.
Crack.
393, Mitchell Firth. And 911 is Jonah Polson. Here they go. They got the green. Woo!
They have gone green, that is for sure. Which is going to put us, race number 18 needs to be in staging, which is going to be 03 to 07, 440 to 600s, and 440 to 600s, 98 to 02. You need to be in staging. That looks like the 711. Oh, I'm sorry, the 911. Jonah Polson out of Loretto. Oofta. Keep your female announcers hydrated.
There he is.
Yeah. It is impressive to see the speed which they can rip around this track. Don't get me wrong. I've been riding snowmobiles for 41 years. God, I just dated myself a little bit. And I think I can hold my own, but when you watch the speed at which these kids rip this track, yeah, I'm not there. Gives me something to aspire to. That being said, oh, another great class, and they've gone green. Jen, why don't you introduce them?
012, Lucas. 17 is Gary. 26 is Zach. 77, Ethan. 95, Chase. 287 is Garrett. That's a lot easier not saying the last names.
Wow. It feels so impersonal. What happened to the personal touch? Oh, that was a personal touch.
Was that better?
Yeah, that was the 490. That is I think. Folks, fire and brimstone. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I believe, based on what I'm seeing, your leader Rogan. Yep, 490. That would be a Rogan comp. And then a couple of cats. Nope. All right, checker flags flying. Race number 18, that would be the 490 rolling across. That would be a Rogan cat. Whoa, buggy almost off there. Oh, look at that. We got more ditch bangers going. Junior 10 to 13. 133 at Maddie Anderson.
One went over the edge.
We got one off the track. Thankfully, our flaggers are there throwing a yellow. We got the 231 of John Tiki out of Chatfield, Minnesota. 256, Drew Bauer leads 311 of Peyton Weisbrod out of Elk River. The 519 of Mason Pryan. The 621 of Diedrich Shawan. 812 Bryce Powers. 814 of Kyla Hessler. Looks like the 85. Looks like that would be the 95 out there cutting some laps. On a red Rocket with a short seat. That's actually kind of a good setup, Jen. What do you think of that? Like a 98 red Rocket. Maybe wedge in a 600 small block and then put the tall seat off of a Pro X2?
I have no clue.
No?
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. So you know what happens?
What?
Is you end up with more power, a really good handling chassis with suspension that's totally capable, and a little bit more of a rider forward position, so now you can handle it. You might want to throw a little riser at it, though, because the riser was a little low for the stop sign. Did you follow all that?
I followed it.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm just going to pull a sheet. Let's see if we pull, like, should we pull one or just two? I don't know. How about here?
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, they've gone green. This will appear to be like juniors. Let's see. Ditchbanger twins. Nope, I'd say we're on juniors. Yep. Just like all right, so we're on to like juniors 10 to 13. Looks like I saw that first buggy. I didn't quite catch that number. That might have been, was that the 231 of John Tiki? Or was that Bryce Powers? We'll see when they come back around again. They're going to get that white flag coming around. Big thank you to everybody coming out here tonight. It's going to be a wild night here at ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday, and we're going to have another one tomorrow, so make sure you come on back to watch the 231 of John Tiki. So they came up, and we got corrected on that last name because I was butchering.
Well, because Grandma from
Yes.
Florida.
Grandma from Florida is watching. All right, so this live stream's hitting Grandma from Florida, and they're watching John Tiki right now out front. And that's why we had to make sure we announced that name correctly, because I think I was butchering it saying like
You did a TH in there.
Yeah. It's Tiki. Tiki getting a checkered flag. Great job, which brings us on to what we all like, you know.
Ditch Banger Twins.
Ditch Banger. Bring on the Mohawks, the glow lights, the loud cans, and the tall risers.
Oh. I hear him.
Oh, boy. Once again, that would be Cade Chouinard. And now, forced to do some chasing might be Jagger Cortez, the Mexican connection. Boy, Cade got one hell of a start. I think we're going to have to see what Cade's got under the bonnet there in that buggy. It seems to have a lot of cowbell. But Jagger out there still cutting out the laps, and Jack Roggenkamp, the Russian, coming up there in fourth. That Roggenkamp, that, you know, I'll tell you what, that Logan family is just, they are second to none in terms of the kids. You'll see them in the pits. Oftentimes they just get done with the chainsaw, they set it down, the parents are rushing them to the starting line, they got to race. Jen, it's something to see. You got to get
sure.
out.
Look at him go. Wow.
That's Cade. Cade Chouinard, he's got the 218. There's that the 318 of Logan Fratellone chasing him down. Jagger Cortez. I mean, this is an international event. We have Russians up front. We have the Mexican connection in third. And then the 490 of Roggenkamp. I mean, Roggenkamp's 13 years old. The kid's been logging since he was 6. And he's out there running fourth place on a buggy that his sister just passed off to him.
Checkered flag.
Boy, an international event here at Sunday Funday. You gotta love it. Which puts us into the junior.
He did a little kick.
Yeah, he's got to get back to the taco truck because a lot of Taco Supremes get sold on Saturday nights. Jagger Cortez. So now we're going to move on to the Junior Open. I see 3 lined up. So, folks, this is how this works. You don't have to pay attention a lot, but you do have to pay attention. These are going to be the podium finishers right here.
1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Junior Open. Why don't you tell the crowd what the Junior Open class is, Jen?
Sure.
So it would be open in terms of CCs. No, it's actually not. The juniors, it looks like what we have out on the track is anywhere from 15 to 18-year-olds. And on the line is going to be our next group, which is going to be Junior Ditch Banger. Oh, yeah, nothing like having the ditch bangers. Start them off young, they bang ditches. White flags flying. And that would be the 505 of Connor Clement out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, 15 years old. Man, I wish I'd have developed those kind of skills at 15.
Right.
But by 15, I'll date myself once again. I had worked enough hours at McDonald's that I had bought myself a TXL Indy, and I thought I had the cat by the tail. That wasn't an Arctic Cat reference either. So the Junior Ditch Banger on the line, checkered flag was flying. And why don't you
Here
rattle
they
them
go.
off? Who do we got out there,
All right,
Jen?
number 3, Oliver Lawson. 207, Avery Kisner. 363, Ben Harris. 454, Jack Harris. 521, Julia Olson. 711, Connor Peterson.
And And that's how they are for the junior ditch banger. All right, and it looks like that would be what the 207 of Avery Kistner, followed by the 363 of Ben Harris out of Champlin, Minnesota in second. Now Ben, looks like Ben's running like an IQ shift, maybe IQR, no IQ shift. All right, so we're going to have in staging, or I'm sorry, on the line, race 23, which is a transition, race 24, which is transition, and then back to the ditch banger. So still up front, looks like the 207, the 521, Julia Olson. Julia running more of a, looks like a wedge. Your leader kind of got into the fluff there. Looks like that inside line, if you're coming into that kickback turn on the front side of the pumper pond, you got to stay down in the bottom of the track. You get up into that fluff, you might lose your speed. And there's your winner coming across. That is the 207 of Avery Carrier. All right, that's going to put us on to race number 23. Ooh, this is a packed one, folks. Look out there. A lot of headlights. They've gone green. Woo! What's going to go wrong in this corner? Nothing. Why would it? All those buggies out there. Looks like they all made it through. The 15X of Liv Schmitz. The 114 of Sadie Berry. The 156 of Caleb Polil. The 402 of Brenna Hauk. 621 of Diedrich Schwann, the 713 of Regan Trafford, the 812 of Bernice Tiki out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the 855 Isaac Otto, the 973 of White Stracy, and it looks like the one, is that the 112? Boy, I lost that number. 812. Nope. 812 of Bernice Tiki, which has live streaming, family watching, Bernice lead the race. Right now is the transition 8-12. Bernice has like a convincing. When we came up here, so if you saw on the front side of the bumper pond there, Bernice is coming around to see the white flag. And I asked Bernice, like, what is the one part of the track that you like the most? And what did Bernice say? I like the rhythm section. So not right here, right? She's coming into a little bit of a switchback, a turn back. Okay, she's on the front side of the pond. This one here gets a lot of people. You take this turn. This is the part Bernice said she liked. Right here, this rhythm section on the front side of the pond. She stays low, stays on the track. Track's constantly driving her forward. And this time around, Bernice will be seeing that checkered flag fly. And there it was, right there. Transition 8-12. All right, combination. There's another one, transition 8-12. We're going to have the number 4 of They've Gone Green, Knox Holzer, the 68X of Arlen Kenyon. The 100 of Gabrick Guyan, the 231 of John Tiki, the 311 of Peyton Weisbrod, the 519 of Mason Pryan, 814 of Kyra Hassler, the 824 of Brecken Preston, and the 952 of Jackson Raff. All right, looks like right there we had, what was the 231 of John Tiki? Wow. He had one heck of a start. Just pushing away. 12 years old, John Tiki out there just convincing lead already. Let's hope he can hold that off. Which is going to be the next thing up is going to be the Ditch Banger 1990 to 99. They're coming up next. In staging, Ditch Banger Heat 2. You need to be in staging. But it is that 211. Is that what that is? 231. John Tiki out of Chatfield, Minnesota. All right, they're going to be coming around. Next time around, they're going to see that checkered flag. And when they see that checkered flag, who's going to be our leader? There it was right there. The 231 of John Tiki that took the lead and won in the transition. Followed by the 952 of Jackson Rath and the 68X of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville. And we have Gone Green in the Ditch Banger, 90 to 99, Heat 1. The 27 of Jesse Weike, the 32 of Nash Unzi, the 71 of Brett Molzoff, the 98 of Ben Meyer, the 123 of Isaac Peterson, the 244 of Jack Letemarano, the 318 of Logan Fratellone, and the 392 of Dylan Burney. All right, checkered flag flying for that 29. I'm sorry, 123. That was Isaac Peterson. Woofda. That sled, I don't know. It seems to work okay. Isaac Peterson putting in one heck of a ride. Ditch Banger Heat 2 has gone green. The 72 of Brandon Moltzloff. The 77 of Aaron Patton. 83 of Chris Spicer. 102 of Nicholas Burning. 198 of Brecken Bishop. 228 of Sean Ellis. 259 of Tyler Olson. And 623 of Michael Pellet. And it looks like Brecken Bishop running an extra 12 XLT. All right, so your leader looks like it's. All right now we got the ditch bangers out there, heat number 2. And if you're planning on doing a 2-up race, you might want to get to staging. That means get down there. 2-up race, staging, you need to be there. Brecken Bishop. Never have I seen an extra 12 get treated that way and survive. But Brecken has found a way. You know, Jen, sitting here with you, you've dealt a lot with horses and like bucking broncos. What you are seeing Brecken do in the lead right there is like trying to break a horse. That was a machine never meant to be ridden like this. Brecken is holding on and making it happen. It's impressive. And he's going to see the checkered. Watch the landing. Oh, yeah, smooth as can be. Followed by the 77 of Aaron Patton. And I believe that was, I didn't see the third one. So we're going to need all you 2-up racers need to be down there. We're going to be right now running ditch banger triples because who doesn't want to be on a triple and doing snowcross? I don't know. Anybody other than me. So, ditch banger triples, the 06A of Peyton Smith, the 96X Brighton Summer, the 163 of Alex Gillespie, the 301 of Jack Mackey, the 321 of David Olson, and the 717 of Joe Becker. All right, they've gone green, and here we are. Triples on a snowcross track. Jen, if there was any buggy you were going to race around a snowcross track, would a triple be one of them?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. She says sure. So what we're going to probably do tomorrow for the Sunday Fun Day is make Jen ride a triple around a snowcross track and see. Ooh, I didn't catch the number. Ooh, I see some Yamaha. Oh, good Lord. I just, my guts just started to hurt. They did. Whew. And my throttle thumb just got tired. And I'm not even riding. But you know what? God bless them. Because if there's any sled that was never meant for this, it's wonderful. I love watching the front bumpers auger into a face of a jump and snow go over the windshield. Knowing and reminding you you are on a triple. The white flag is like seeing something, and that is Alex Gillespie out of North Branch riding a Yamaha. Okay, the 321 is David Olson out of Montevideo on a Polaris. And I believe in third place is also a Yamaha. So I'm not going to say that the Yamahas were not the best in snowcross. Their motors are screamers. But what we have going out here on the track, it has nothing to do with snowcross because they're triples. Just isn't what they were meant for. But good for them. Maybe right up your alley, Jen, would be the next race going on here, which is going to be the 2-ups. So we got the checkered flag flying for the 163 of Alex Gillespie on that Yamaha. The 321 just gingerly coming across the line of David Olson. And the 96X, maybe, of Brighton Summer out of Danbury, Wisconsin. Now we got the 2-up race. Oh boy, everybody, make sure you turn your eyes towards the track because this was never meant to be, but it's happening right here in front of your eyes. People riding 2-up around a snowcross track because, I don't know, why not? I mean, they build new parts for snowmobiles every day, and these ones were meant to be tested. So let's do so. And ride 2 up around the track, and the flagman's still throwing the green. The 123 of Isaac Peterson. Slaying laps. And I'm not sure what they're running, but it's a wedge with, I'm going to go with a 136 under it. Jen, is that a 133 or a 136?
Sure.
Yep, I would agree. Your analogy is correct. All right, so we're going to see the red flag. You know what that means. You guys have to stop. Pull over. And you're going to have to switch. Pull back around to the starting line. Stop the sled like that. Switch, so the passenger now has to put the tether in. And they're going to be the driver. And we got one sled missing its passenger, yet they're still doing a lap, trying to win. Doesn't work that way. You know, I got to tell you, I've been announcing here at ERX better part of 15 years, and these Sunday Fundays definitely bring out the fun in racing. And that, at the end of the day, is what it's about. If you're not out here having fun, doing laps, laughing, maybe having a mishap or two, maybe getting high-sided off your buggy, maybe pulling your tether inadvertently, and just being tested. That's what this is all about. To come out here, do laps, have a good time, laugh with your friends, your family, and everybody else. Thank you to everybody that came out to ERX Motor Park tonight for the Sunday Funday. We appreciate you. We appreciate our sponsors. We appreciate the vision of Joe for putting this event on. So everybody make sure you, when you come into the chalet, give Joe a big thank you, because there's a lot of time and effort and manpower that goes into this. Thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you to all of our flaggers, our groomer operator, everybody for putting on this event so we could come out and see this great show tonight, which is a Saturday night here at ERX Motor Park. And you know what, folks? Go home, get yourself some rest, get up, pour back about a gallon of coffee, and come back and let's do it again, because tomorrow's another Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park. Thank you to everybody for coming on out, and have a good night.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers. We solve problems and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you need to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The company that actually cares about the American small business owner.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code SHIPIT and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.